What if the very thing that haunts your nightmares was once a symbol of strength, a beacon of power in a world teetering on the brink of chaos? The Behemoth, a creature of staggering size and ferocity, lurked in the shadows of ancient texts, woven into the fabric of myth and legend. Its name echoed across time, a whisper of fear wrapped in awe, and with each retelling, the stories grew more vivid, more terrifying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting twisted shadows across the earth, the air crackled with anticipation. In the distant mountains, thunder rumbled, a warning, perhaps, or a herald of doom. It was said that when the Behemoth awakened, the world would tremble, and the heavens would unleash their fury. People had gathered at the edge of civilization, their breath caught in their throats, eyes wide with a mix of dread and wonder. What would it take for such a beast to rise again? The folklore spoke of a time when heroes stood tall against the Behemoth, their swords gleaming under the weight of destiny. But legends have a way of twisting truth, and as history ebbed and flowed like the tides, the line between man and monster blurred. Was it merely a creature of destruction, or a reflection of humanity's darkest fears? The answer lay buried beneath layers of time, waiting for the unwary to stumble upon it. Tonight, beneath the shroud of a storm-laden sky, the air thickened with tension. Shadows danced like phantoms around the flickering campfires as the stories unfolded. Tales of battles fought, of kingdoms lost, and of sacrifices that echoed through eternity. A child, eyes bright with innocence, stood transfixed by the tales, unaware of the lurking dangers, unaware that the Behemoth was not merely a figment of imagination, but a force that could awaken with the flick of fate's cruel hand. The wind howled in protest, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of something more sinister. Legends warned that when the Behemoth returned, it would not come alone. Whispers of dark alliances and forgotten pacts swirled in the air, hinting at treachery that could shatter the fragile peace of the world. The people could feel it in their bones. Something stirred in the depths, and the earth would soon bear witness to an epic confrontation. As the storm drew near, the tension became palpable. The skies darkened, and the first drops of rain fell like tears from the heavens, each one a portent of the impending chaos. The unyielding resolve of the gathered crowd began to waver. In the shadows of their fear, questions blossomed. Would they rise to meet the Behemoth, or would they succumb to the darkness? What sacrifices would be demanded, and who would pay the price? With each heartbeat, history writhed, poised on the brink of revelation. The Behemoth loomed larger than life, a specter of the past ready to reclaim its throne. And as the storm broke, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the very core of reality. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a cataclysmic truth. In a dimly lit chamber, dust motes danced in the flickering candlelight, casting shadows that whispered of ancient mysteries. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, remnants of a time long past. Here, within the confines of scrolls and manuscripts, the Behemoth awaited, a creature of untamed power and unfathomable origin, born from the collective imagination of early civilizations. The weight of its presence was palpable, a monstrous silhouette that loomed larger than life, hinting at stories that transcended mortal understanding. The first glimpses of the Behemoth can be traced back to the Hebrew Bible, specifically in the Book of Job. There, amid the poetic verses and profound theological inquiries, Job spoke of a creature that roamed the earth with unparalleled strength. "Look at Behemoth," Job proclaimed, "which I made along with you." The imagery of this mighty beast, with its colossal body and insatiable appetite, struck a chord not just with the characters of the scripture but with generations of readers who would ponder its significance. The Behemoth was not merely an animal. It represented chaos, the raw forces of nature that could not be tamed or comprehended by human beings. As the stories spread through ancient lands, interpretations flourished. The early scholars, scribes of the ancient world, sought to decipher the enigma of the Behemoth. Some envisioned it as a great land creature, perhaps an elephant or a hippopotamus, while others felt a more metaphorical interpretation was necessary. To them, the Behemoth embodied humanity's struggle against the chaos of existence, a reminder of the limitations faced by mere mortals in the face of divine creation. Yet, it was not only the Hebrews who spoke of such a creature. Across the vast expanse of cultures, echoes of the behemoth resonated. In Mesopotamian texts, a similar figure emerged, Tiamat, the primordial goddess of chaos and the sea. Much like the behemoth, Tiamat was a force of destruction, her very existence intertwined with the creation of order from chaos. This shared theme across civilizations hinted at a universal truth: the presence of a monstrous force lurking in the shadows of human consciousness, ever ready to unleash its fury. Among the ancient Greeks, the behemoth morphed into a creature of legend, woven into the tapestry of myth. The connection between these monstrous entities and the behemoth was undeniable. Leviathan, the great sea serpent, often paired with the behemoth, became a symbol of the untamed waters, an embodiment of fear and respect. The Greeks, with their penchant for stories, painted vivid images of titanic struggles between gods and these monstrous beings, crafting a narrative that would capture the imagination of countless generations. As centuries passed, the behemoth continued to evolve, appearing in the writings of the Church Fathers, who sought to reconcile ancient texts with Christian teachings. They approached the creature not merely as a monster but as a symbol of the human condition, our inner battles against sin, temptation, and chaos. The behemoth morphed into a representation of mankind's fight for salvation, a reminder of our frailty in the grand cosmic order. In the Middle Ages, the behemoth found its way into bestiaries, illustrated compendiums of animals that mixed fact with fable. Here, artists and scholars depicted the creature in countless forms, each interpretation reflecting the beliefs and fears of the time. Some portrayed it as a grotesque, lumbering giant, while others rendered it as a majestic beast, a guardian of the earth. The illustrations were as varied as the stories told, each one a testament to humanity's struggle to understand the mysteries of life. The behemoth's presence echoed through the corridors of history, not just as a creature of myth, but as a symbol of our deepest fears and aspirations. It stirred the imaginations of poets and philosophers, who sought to grapple with the essence of chaos within the natural world. Could it be that the behemoth was a reflection of mankind's internal tumult, a projection of our darkest thoughts made manifest? A question that lingered, unanswered, in the minds of those who dared to contemplate its true nature. As the Renaissance dawned, the behemoth began to be scrutinized with new eyes. Scholars sought to reconcile the ancient texts with emerging scientific thought, probing the boundaries of myth and reality. They considered the behemoth's role in the ecosystem, its symbolic resonance in humanity's relationship with nature. The very notion of what it meant to coexist with such a creature evolved, and the behemoth transformed into a representation of the duality of existence, creation and destruction, order and chaos. Yet, even as the modern age approached, the behemoth retained its grip on the collective psyche. In literature and art, its legacy persisted, a potent reminder of the primal forces that lie beneath the surface of civilization. The creature became a metaphor for the struggles faced by humanity: wars, natural disasters, and the ever-looming threat of extinction. Hidden within the folds of each interpretation was a profound connection, a thread that wove through the tapestry of human experience. The behemoth was not confined to the pages of ancient texts. It lived in the hearts and minds of those who dared to confront their fears, their desires, and their mortality. Within the dusty tomes of forgotten libraries and the crumbling ruins of ancient civilizations, the story of the behemoth still breathed, waiting for the next generation to wrestle with its significance. The air in that dimly lit chamber grew heavy with anticipation, as the shadows flickered and danced, whispering secrets of the beast that had captivated humanity for millennia. With every turn of the page, the behemoth loomed larger, a testament to the enduring nature of myth and the fierce bond between the known and the unknown. It beckoned, drawing all who dared to look deeper into the abyss of their own fears, urging them to confront the chaos that lies just beyond the veil of understanding. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow that danced over the rugged landscape. In the distance, shadows loomed, great, hulking forms that stirred the imagination and whispered of ancient tales. Among these shadows, there was a creature so enormous, so powerful that it could only be described in hushed tones, lest one draw its attention. This was the Behemoth, a being that stirred both awe and terror in the hearts of those who dared to contemplate its existence. It is within the pages of the Book of Job that the Behemoth first emerges, a vivid illustration of divine majesty and brute strength. Job, a man of unwavering faith, sat amidst ashes, his life in ruins, questioning the very essence of justice and suffering. In this moment of despair, God spoke of the Behemoth, painting a picture of a creature that could not be tamed or understood by mortal hands. "Look at Behemoth," he said. "I made it as I made you. It eats grass like an ox." These words echoed through time, inviting listeners to envision not just a great beast, but the very embodiment of God's power, a living testament to the Creator's unmatched prowess. The imagery was striking. Job, a man who had lost everything, now confronted the colossal nature of the Behemoth. The creature's tail, described as a cedar, brushed against the earth with a strength that could shake the mountains. And yet, in the face of such grandeur, Job's heart was heavy with doubt and pain. The Behemoth was more than a creature. It was a reminder of the order and chaos that coexisted in the world, a paradox of life itself. Histories unfolded in whispers of old, as scholars debated the nature of the Behemoth for centuries. Was it a dinosaur, a myth, or perhaps an elephant? The imaginations of many roamed freely, but none could capture the true essence of this being that seemed to defy earthly understanding. Even in ancient cultures, echoes of a massive creature persisted, an indomitable force that rendered humanity small and fragile in comparison. In the dimly lit corners of ancient libraries, scrolls spoke of the Behemoth, entwining it with other mythic beasts, each representing the fears and hopes of their creators. The Hebrews believed that it dwelled near the riverbanks, where humans seldom tread, a place where the ordinary world faded into the extraordinary. The sound of its breath was like thunder rolling across the sky, a reminder that the divine often walked the earth in forms beyond human comprehension. As the narrative weaves through time, the Behemoth appears again, this time in the context of the Psalms. Here, the creature becomes a symbol of God's strength, a creature that, while untamed, exists under his watchful eyes. "You crushed the heads of the dragons," the psalmist sang, conjuring images of not only the Behemoth but of Leviathan, a serpent of the sea, reminding the faithful that God is the ultimate authority over all creation. The interplay of these beings painted the canvas of faith with bold strokes, evoking a spectrum of emotions, from dread to reverence. The Behemoth, in all its glory, ignited a power within those who listened. It beckoned them to confront their fears, to acknowledge the vastness of the unknown that lay beyond their understanding. People felt a stirring in their souls, a call to seek something greater than themselves. Was it merely a creature, or was it a mirror reflecting the depths of human existence with all its struggles and triumphs? Yet, even as the Behemoth inspired awe, it kindled a sense of vulnerability. The very notion that there existed a creature so far removed from human control was unsettling. It whispered of chaos lurking just beneath the surface of everyday life. How fragile was the facade of civilization when faced with such raw, primal power? The questions echoed through the ages, igniting discussions in hushed tones around flickering fires, where storytellers spun tales that sent shivers down spines. In the tradition of oral history, the Behemoth thrived, becoming a metaphor for trials faced by humanity. If you can conquer the Behemoth, they would say, what else can you not face? It became a rallying cry for the weary and downtrodden, a reminder that strength could come from confronting the impossible. The stories, passed from generation to generation, transformed the Behemoth into an emblem of resilience, a symbol of enduring faith in the face of overwhelming odds. The tension in these tales always lingered, a reminder that the Behemoth was not merely a beast, but a force of nature, a representation of life's unpredictability. As families gathered at dusk, the flicker of flames illuminating their faces, they would recount the ancient accounts, feeling the rough texture of the stories as they slipped through their fingers like sand. Each retelling breathed life into the Behemoth, making it a living entity that thrived in the imagination. The air grew thick with anticipation as the night deepened. The haunting calls of night creatures echoed, mirroring the deep, rumbling heart of the behemoth that lay just beyond the reach of human understanding. What lay in the shadows? Was it mere folklore, or something more tangible, lurking in the unseen folds of reality? As they listened, the listeners felt the weight of their own existence, the fragility of life becoming painfully clear. The behemoth was not just a creature born of myth. It was an integral part of the human experience, a reminder that there is so much more to reality than the eye can see. And so, the stories continued to be told, weaving in and out of the fabric of life, threading their way through moments of despair and joy alike. The behemoth remained a looming figure, a silent witness to humanity's trials, as if to say, "I am here, and I am untamed, but so are you." Each retelling ignited an unquenchable thirst for understanding, a desire to grasp the enormity of existence and the divine that lay within it. In this way, the behemoth emerged not just as a creature, but as a complex tapestry of fear, faith, and resilience. Time and again, it called forth the deepest emotions from the hearts of believers and skeptics alike, binding them in a shared quest for meaning in the vast, unfolding story of life. As the flames flickered and the shadows danced, the behemoth loomed, an eternal reminder that the mysteries of existence are far greater than any single tale could ever encompass. And as the night deepened, the spirit of the behemoth whispered, always urging humanity to seek, to question, to embrace the chaos and beauty of the world around them. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, shadows danced upon the stone walls of ancient halls, where whispers of legends hung heavy in the air. The scent of wax and ink mingled with the palpable tension of untold stories, each one a thread woven into the rich tapestry of human imagination. There, in that sacred space, the behemoth loomed large, not merely as a creature, but as a force of nature, a symbol of chaos and wonder. As early artists dipped their brushes into the vibrant hues of their world, the behemoth began to take shape. Its massive form, a blend of strength and mystery, appeared in murals that adorned the walls of temples and caves. The artists, with trembling hands, sketched outlines that hinted at its size, vast and imposing, a creature that seemed to belong to another realm entirely. Each stroke of the brush spoke of awe, fear, and respect. The behemoth was not just an animal. It was an embodiment of the wild, untamed spirit of the earth, a reminder of nature's power to create and destroy. In the pages of ancient manuscripts, words flowed like a river, narrating tales of this colossal beast. The Hebrew Bible, a profound source of wisdom, introduced the behemoth as a creature of unimaginable proportions. Descriptions of its immense strength and insatiable hunger stirred the imaginations of those who dared to read. "Behold now Behemoth," the verses proclaimed, inviting readers to visualize its strength, its sinews taut with power, standing by the river, a guardian of chaos and creation. The words wrapped around the readers like a shroud, igniting a wild curiosity about the world beyond their own. In the minds of poets and thinkers, the behemoth represented the struggle between civilization and the primal forces of nature. A glimmer of tension pulsed through their verses, pitting the frailty of human ambition against the brute force of an ancient beast. The imagery was vivid and haunting, enticing readers to confront their fears. The behemoth, with its thunderous roar and mighty presence, served as a reminder of the limits of human control, invoking a sense of humility in the face of nature's grandeur. As centuries slipped by, artists continued to capture the behemoth in various forms, each interpretation layered with emotion. In illuminated manuscripts, its colossal figure was adorned with intricate details, its eyes glimmering with a fierce intelligence that seemed to pierce through the veil of time. The behemoth became more than a mere creature. It transformed into a symbol of the eternal struggle between chaos and order, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and wildest hopes. In medieval art, the behemoth found a new home amidst the intricacies of religious iconography. Artists painted it alongside saints and angels, creating a dialogue between the divine and the earthly. The juxtaposition was striking, the gentle grace of holiness against the raw power of the beast. viewers found themselves caught between reverence and trepidation, grappling with the idea that the behemoth was not merely a monster to be feared, but also a necessary part of the cosmic order, an aspect of God's creation that demanded acknowledgement and respect. In literature, the behemoth roamed freely, a character woven into the myths and legends that shaped cultures. Writers and storytellers, with their quills and parchment, breathed life into this creature, imbuing it with personalities that captivated audiences. They spun tales of its adventures and misadventures, crafting narratives that blurred the lines between reality and myth. With every retelling, the behemoth grew richer, more complex, a being that evoked a spectrum of emotions: fear, fascination, compassion. The echoes of the behemoth's roar found their way into the hearts of those who heard its story. It was not just a tale of a monstrous creature. It transformed into a mirror reflecting humanity's own darkness and light. The behemoth challenged them to confront their inner beasts, to wrestle with the chaotic forces that lay dormant within. The beast became a metaphor for the struggles of life, a creature that demanded respect, understanding, and ultimately, coexistence. As the sun set on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the ancient landscapes, the behemoth's presence began to seep into the dreams of the people. Artists and writers, inspired by the lore, gathered in candlelit rooms, their minds racing with the possibilities. They shared stories of encounters with the behemoth, tales of bravery, and the wisdom gleaned from experiencing its raw power. Each story added another brushstroke to the ever-expanding mural of the behemoth, a creature whose legacy would echo through time. In the late-night hours, when the world outside fell silent, the whispers of the behemoth grew louder, calling to the hearts of those who dared to listen. It spoke of the primal instincts that lay just beneath the surface, of the wildness that resided in every soul. The behemoth became a rallying cry for those who felt stifled by the mundane, urging them to unleash their inner strength and embrace the chaos of life. As the line between reality and myth blurred, the behemoth transformed once again. It became a figure of hope and resilience, a testament to the power of nature and the human spirit. Each brushstroke, each written word, summoned the essence of the beast, inviting a new generation to engage with the stories of old. Artists, poets, and dreamers were drawn to the behemoth, their hearts racing with the thrill of creation, eager to capture the untamed beauty that had captivated so many before them. In the flicker of candlelight, as the old stories melded with new dreams, the behemoth continued to roar in the hearts of those who dared to imagine. The canvas of history expanded, inviting fresh interpretations, new narratives, and endless possibilities. And as the sun rose on a new day, the behemoth, forever a part of the human story, remained an indelible mark on the imagination, a creature that would never fade away. The echoes of its legacy lingered, a whisper in the wind, beckoning all to embrace the wildness within. A shadow looms over the land, a creature of such magnitude that the earth trembles beneath its weight. The behemoth, a creature scribed in ancient texts, stirs in the depths of mythology, its very being a tapestry woven from the threads of fear and fascination. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson, whispers of this colossal beast rise from the dust of the ages, echoing through the corridors of time. In the Book of Job, the behemoth is described as a creature so powerful that it defies human understanding, a living embodiment of untamed nature. Its massive form covered in scales, it roams the land with a grace that belies its size, a creature who eats grass like an ox yet possesses the strength of 1,000 storms. The imagery stirs the imagination, a beast so grand that it seems to hold the weight of the world on its shoulders. What could it possibly symbolize? The raw, unrestrained power of nature? The eternal struggle between man and the wilderness? The legends of the behemoth beckon comparison to other creatures lurking within the shadows of mythology. Take, for example, the mighty Leviathan, also mentioned in sacred texts, often depicted as a serpent of the seas, coiling through the waters with an elegance that betrays its ferocity. Where the behemoth stands as a terrestrial giant, the Leviathan reigns over the ocean depths, each a titan of its domain. In the eyes of the ancients, These creatures represented the dual forces of creation and destruction. One could not exist without the other. The land and sea, both teeming with life yet capable of unimaginable wrath. Then there is the Nemean lion, another formidable figure in ancient stories. A creature of unparalleled strength. Its golden fur was said to be impervious to all weapons. Heroes have sought to slay this beast, but its spirit remains unbroken, much like the behemoth itself. The struggle against these creatures resonates deeply within the human heart, igniting a fire of aspiration, bravery, and, ultimately, the acceptance of nature's dominion and its unpredictable temperament. As myths unfold, there are moments where the behemoth's profound solitude is palpable. The earth shakes beneath its footsteps, yet there it stands, aloof and regal, a symbol of the balance between man's ambition and the sheer power of existence itself. In contrast, the stories of the Minotaur, caged within the labyrinth, evoke a sense of tragedy. A creature born of madness, forever wandering its twisted maze. It speaks to the internal chaos that resides within every soul. The behemoth, however, remains free, a majestic representation of nature's strength, embodying the rawness of life and the inevitability of death. In the shadows of these legends, the relationship between human beings and such creatures unfolds like an ancient scroll. The behemoth's existence evokes a mix of awe and dread, as it represents the forces of the natural world that humans cannot control. Each encounter with these beasts, whether in myth or in the wild, serves as a reminder of humanity's fragile place in the universe. What happens when man tries to dominate nature? History has shown that the results can be catastrophic, yet the behemoth stands unyielding, an eternal warning against hubris. In the tales told around flickering fires, the whispers of the behemoth grow louder, echoing through the ages. Its legend intertwines with that of other mythic beings, such as the great thunderbird of Native American lore, a creature whose wings could summon storms. The clash of thunder and the flash of lightning represent the wildness of nature. Much like the behemoth embodies the land's raw power, each story feeds into the other, creating a rich tapestry of fear, reverence, and understanding. As night falls and the moon casts its silver glow, the behemoth's spirit roams through the minds of those who dare to dream. Ancient civilizations, from the Babylonians to the Greeks, spoke of such titans, each with their unique flavor of myth and moral. They all held a mirror to humanity, reflecting our deepest fears and our greatest aspirations. The stories about the behemoth and its counterparts compel listeners to ponder the mysteries of existence, to grapple with the unknown, and to confront the beasts that dwell not only in the shadows of the earth, but also within the recesses of their own hearts. In the distance, the sound of thunder rolls, a reminder of the behemoth's presence. It rumbles like the heartbeat of the world, echoing the struggles of man against nature, the dance of creation and destruction. The listener feels the weight of the earth beneath their feet, the pull of the tides, the whisper of the wind. Each element of nature is alive, entwined with the legacy of the behemoth and its mythical brethren. Whether it is a giant lumbering across the plains or a creature lurking in the depths of the ocean, every myth speaks of a struggle, a reminder that in the face of such power, humanity must find its place. The behemoth, with its colossal form and irrefutable strength, stands not just as a beast to be feared but as a symbol of the great cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It is a guardian of the wild, a reminder of the forces beyond human grasp, and the eternal dance between the seen and the unseen. As one contemplates the behemoth, the stories spill forth, intertwining, creating a rich narrative that leaves the listener breathless. With every pulse of the world, new tales are born, each adding layers to the grand tapestry of mythology. As the night deepens, the echoes of ancient voices call forth, urging humanity to remember, to respect, and to never forget the very essence of nature that lives and breathes alongside them. A warm breeze rustled through the ancient plains, whispering tales of long-forgotten beasts that roamed freely beneath the vast skies. Shadows danced in the fading light, hinting at something colossal, something that could strike fear into the hearts of men. This was the land where legends were born, where the behemoth, a creature of unimaginable size and power, was said to walk. But what if this creature wasn't merely a figment of fevered imaginations? What if it was real? In the annals of history, various cultures have documented their encounters with giants. The behemoth, a creature mentioned in the Bible, primarily in the book of Job, is often described as a monstrous animal, a symbol of God's power. Early scholars and theologians debated its existence, with some insisting it represented chaos, while others imagined it as a living being. This dichotomy of thought sowed the seeds for the myriad scientific theories that would emerge in centuries to come. Some scientists, driven by a relentless curiosity, began to piece together the puzzle of this creature through the lens of paleontology. They speculated that the behemoth could have been a dinosaur, perhaps a massive sauropod, roaming the Earth millions of years ago. Fossils of enormous creatures, such as Argentinosaurus and Brachiosaurus, provided a glimpse into a time when giants ruled the land. These findings ignited imaginations and raised questions. Could these colossal beings have inspired tales of beasts like the behemoth? The connection felt tangible, almost magical, as if the very bones of the earth held the answers. The rivers of time flowed through the minds of those who pondered. Some researchers pointed to the elephant, the largest living land mammal, as a possible candidate for the behemoth. With its massive form and majestic presence, the elephant has long been revered and feared, echoing descriptions found in ancient texts. The thought of an elephant-sized creature, perhaps a prehistoric relative, wandering the plains ignited a fire of excitement among researchers. What if the behemoth was a real animal that had existed, now lost to the annals of time? Anthropologists too joined the fray, exploring how ancient civilizations viewed this creature. They unearthed artifacts and writings, revealing a shared reverence for the behemoth that transcended cultures. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, and the Israelites all spoke of giants, of monsters that roamed the earth, and this collective memory suggested a truth buried within folklore. What if each civilization had its version of the same beast? The very thought sent shivers down the spine, as if an ancient presence was still lurking just beyond the veil of time. Theories grew bolder, as some scientists proposed that the behemoth was not just an animal, but a symbolic representation of nature's untamed force. In this view, the creature embodied the wild power of the earth, an unstoppable force of chaos against which humanity struggled. This perspective tugged at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of awe and fear for the natural world. People had always depicted nature as a wild beast, one that could nurture or destroy. The behemoth, then, became a metaphor for the very essence of life itself, a reminder of humanity's fragility in the face of such raw power. In the midst of these theories, a peculiar discovery in the jungles of South America shook the scientific community. A team of researchers stumbled upon an indigenous tribe's oral history, filled with stories of a creature resembling the behemoth. These tales described a massive beast with incredible strength, capable of altering the landscape around it. What if the behemoth was not just a relic of the past, but a creature still hidden in the depths of the world? The thought was electrifying, sending waves of anticipation through the hearts of those who learned of it. As discussions heated up in academic circles, the notion of cryptozoology began to take hold. This branch of science sought to find creatures that were said to exist but had never been scientifically documented. The behemoth became a symbol of this quest, pulling together those who believed in the possibility of discovering extraordinary animals. Each expedition into the wilds, armed with hope and scientific tools, became a pulse of excitement. Was the behemoth waiting to be discovered, hiding just beyond the horizon? Yet not all theories were grounded in reality. The increasing popularity of the behemoth as a subject of fascination led to wild speculations. Some claimed it was a dragon, a mythical being that soared through the skies, while others suggested it was a creature of the deep, lurking in the oceans, ready to emerge at a moment's notice. These extreme ideas stirred imaginations, but they also blurred the line between fact and fantasy. In the quiet corners of libraries and dusty archives, historians sifted through ancient texts, searching for clues. They found references to creatures with immense size and strength across various cultures, painting a rich tapestry of beliefs that hinted at a shared experience. The weight of this evidence left many breathless, sensing that somewhere, beneath centuries of myth and legend, lay a thread of truth connecting humanity to a past where giants roamed the earth. Each theory, each discovery, wrapped around the behemoth like a shroud, binding the past to the present. The quest to understand the beast became an emotionally charged pursuit, blending science with the thrill of the unknown. Could the behemoth be more than a myth? The possibility sent chills racing through the hearts of those who dared to dream, fueling their determination to uncover what lay beneath the surface of history. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The whispers of the past mingled with the hopes of the present, creating a symphony of mystery that echoed through time. The behemoth, in all its might and majesty, stood on the brink of revelation, waiting for the moment when its secrets would finally be unveiled, and the world would understand the true nature of this formidable creature. The tension hung heavy, ready to explode into a new chapter, one that promised to bridge the distance between myth and reality. A chilling wind swept through the crumbling ruins of an ancient abbey as the moon cast its silver glow upon the stones, whispering tales of things long forgotten. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the fleeting memories of those who had once roamed these halls. In the silence, one could almost hear the thundering footsteps of Behemoth, the monstrous creature of legend, whose very name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared utter it. This was not just a figure from myth. To many in medieval times, Behemoth represented the chaos lurking in the dark corners of the world, a symbol of overwhelming power and untamed nature that could rise at any moment. Medieval literature thrived on such vivid depictions, each tale breathing life into the very essence of Behemoth. He was more than a mere beast. He was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and struggles. In the sacred texts, Behemoth was often portrayed as a creature of immense size and strength, a tempest of chaos against the backdrop of divine order. When scribes inked their quills, they infused their stories with the knowledge of celestial battles, where the forces of good clashed with the monstrous embodiments of evil. The Behemoth was not only a terrifying monster, but also a harbinger of the struggles faced by mankind, amplified in the grand narratives of the time. In the works of medieval scholars, Behemoth was frequently paired with Leviathan, the great sea monster. This duality spoke volumes about the fears of the age: land and sea, chaos and order, the known and the unknown. The imagery was palpable. One could almost feel the earth tremble beneath Behemoth's colossal feet, while the waves crashed violently in acknowledgement of Leviathan's power. It was a dynamic interplay that resonated with audiences, stirring emotions that spanned from awe to dread. The stories told of grand battles, where Behemoth emerged from the earth, challenging the heavens, embodying the struggle against insurmountable odds. But it was not merely the fearsome aspects that captivated hearts. It was also the idea of redemption woven into the tales. In some accounts, Behemoth was portrayed as a creature destined to perish in the end times. Yet even in death, he symbolized the potential for salvation and hope. This dichotomy tugged at the heartstrings of the listeners, a reminder that even the darkest of monsters could be part of a larger, grander design. The beast was a canvas upon which the complexities of human emotions were painted, and it was this emotional depth that made Behemoth an enduring figure in medieval narratives. As the candlelit chambers of monasteries filled with hushed whispers, monks recited the stories of Behemoth, their voices quaking with the weight of the ancient lore. Each syllable was a thread, weaving together the fabric of fear, hope, and existential struggle. The audience hung on every word, their imaginations ignited by the vivid descriptions of Behemoth's fiery eyes and earth-shaking roar. The tension thickened as they envisioned the creature lurking in the shadows, a monstrous metaphor for the trials and tribulations facing humanity. Among these tales, one could find adaptations that drew upon local lore, transforming Behemoth into a creature shaped by the very land itself. In the cold, dark forests of northern Europe, Behemoth morphed into a lumbering giant, entwined with the very essence of the woods. His heart beat in time with the rustling leaves, a looming presence that filled the air with dread and fascination. Each region added its own layer of meaning, creating a rich tapestry of interpretations that spoke to the fears and aspirations of the people. The literary landscape flourished with these adaptations, each storyteller adding their personal touch. In some sagas, Behemoth was pitted against heroes who embodied the virtues of bravery and hope, and the battles that ensued were not merely physical but deeply emotional. The suspense gripped audiences as they held their breath, wondering if the valiant knight could overcome the monstrous embodiment of their greatest fears. These moments of tension, where good and evil collided, resonated within the hearts of listeners, making the tales not just stories but reflections of their own lives. The imagery of Behemoth persisted through the ages, seeping into the very fabric of medieval art. Murals painted on stone walls depicted this colossal creature, its form exaggerated, evoking a sense of both awe and terror. The artists, too, tapped into the emotional current of the tales, capturing the essence of fear and the struggle for supremacy that lay within. Each brushstroke was a heartbeat, echoing the tales narrated in hushed tones by flickering torchlight. As the centuries rolled on, the chords of Behemoth's legacy wove through the changing landscapes of literature. New stories emerged, borrowing from the ancient echoes yet infusing them with contemporary fears and joys. Behemoth became a metaphor for the ever-present struggles against tyranny and chaos, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, humanity could rise. The monster's form morphed, but its essence remained, an eternal symbol of the battle between light and darkness. Through the tales of Behemoth, one could sense the pulse of a society grappling with its identity, its fears, and its dreams. The monster wasn't just an antagonist. He was a reflection of humanity's inner turmoil, a constant reminder of the darkness that lingered and the light that stubbornly shone through. There was tension in the air, a sense that the stories were as alive as the people telling them, forever evolving yet rooted in the primal emotions that connected them all. The shadows deepened in the abbey as another tale beckoned, the promise of adventure hanging in the air like the scent of impending rain. Behemoth had merely scratched the surface of a much larger narrative, one that would continue to twist and turn, leaving the audience breathless with anticipation. The echoes of the past mingled with the present, hinting at even greater stories yet to unfold, stories that would intertwine the fates of heroes, monsters, and the intricate tapestry of life itself. The flickering flame of the candle seemed to pulse with life, igniting an insatiable curiosity about the next chapter in this unending saga of struggle, hope, and redemption. The ground trembled as the Behemoth stirred, its colossal shadow eclipsing the sun, a living embodiment of chaos and awe. In ancient texts, the creature was described as a leviathan, but in the hearts of those who whispered its name, it was more than a mere beast. It was a symbol of nature's raw power and humanity's frail existence. The stories of the Behemoth echoed through crowded markets and quiet villages, igniting passions and fears, binding communities with threads spun from the loom of myth. In the tapestry of history, the Behemoth represented the duality of human experience. To some, it was an avatar of destruction, an unstoppable force that ravaged lands and brought ruin to civilizations. To others, it was a guardian, a fierce protector of the balance in the world, a reminder that power could both create and obliterate. In places where the river met the horizon, the tales took on a life of their own, each generation adding layers of fear and wonder to the creature's legacy. Children listened with wide eyes as their elders recounted how the Behemoth's roar could shake the very earth, sending flocks of birds spiraling into the sky like falling leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadowy figures gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the warm glow while their hearts raced with tales of the Behemoth's might. A storyteller rose, his voice steady yet trembling with the weight of lore. He spun a vivid image of a time when the Behemoth emerged from the depths of the ocean, its massive form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Waves crashed violently against the shore, and the air was thick with salt and fear. Villagers ran in all directions, their hearts pounding, caught between the primal instinct to flee and the magnetic pull of awe that kept them rooted in place. In that moment, they were not merely observers. They were part of a tale that transcended time. The The behemoth carved its name into their collective memory, a force that demanded respect and reverence. It was said that the creature could draw power from the fury of the storms, feeding off the very chaos it wrought. Yet, even amid the destruction, there was a strange beauty in the way the behemoth moved, a gracefulness to its colossal form that belied its terrifying nature. The earth shook with every step, and for those who bore witness, the experience was a blend of terror and exhilaration, a reminder of the thin veil that separated civilization from the wild. The behemoth's legacy stretched across cultures and ages. Ancient Egyptians depicted it on their walls, a symbol of the Nile's unpredictable flooding, a force of life and death intertwined. In the tales of Mesopotamia, it became a creature of divine might, a challenger to the gods themselves. Each civilization cloaked the behemoth in its own interpretations, layering meaning upon meaning, wrapping it in a shroud of cultural significance. The stories traveled with traders and conquerors, evolving as they passed from tongue to tongue, each telling igniting new fear and fascination. In the smoky air of a tavern, a sailor shared his haunting encounter. His voice quavered as he recounted how he had seen the behemoth rise from the depths while lost at sea. The waves churned like boiling cauldrons, and the sky darkened as if the day itself had been swallowed whole. He described the behemoth's eyes, glowing embers in the deep, a reflection of age-old wisdom and untamed fury. It was a sight that brought men to their knees, a reminder of their insignificance against the forces of nature. The sailors, hardened by storms and battles, turned pale at his words, haunted by the thought that they were mere playthings in the hands of something so grand and terrible. Yet there was a twist in the fabric of these tales, a recognition that the behemoth was as much a part of humanity as humanity was of it. The destruction it wrought stirred the hearts of poets and philosophers alike. They wrote of the balance between creation and annihilation, the necessity of chaos to foster rebirth. In the ruins of long-forgotten cities, archaeologists unearthed tablets inscribed with tales of the behemoth, each one revealing a complex relationship between humanity and the monstrous presence on the periphery. To worship it was to acknowledge the fury of nature, a reminder of the price of hubris. Whispers of the behemoth echoed beyond the borders of nations, finding footing in the minds of those who sought to harness power. Kings and warriors, draped in opulent robes or battle-worn armor, often invoked its name to inspire fear or loyalty. "We are the behemoth," they would roar, rallying troops and subjects alike to their cause. In such moments, the behemoth became a symbol of both unity and division, a reminder that strength could be a double-edged sword. The clashing of swords and shields rang out in the night as armies clashed, each seeking to channel the very essence of the creature they both feared and revered. In the wake of destruction, however, lay the seeds of renewal. Villages rebuilt from the ashes sang ballads of the behemoth, of how its rampage had ultimately led to a richer soil, a more vibrant life. Children played in fields once scarred, their laughter a melody of hope that danced on the winds. Yet, the elders knew the truth. The behemoth lay dormant beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to awaken again. The earth remained restless, a reminder of the cyclical dance between power and destruction, a poignant testament to the unpredictable nature of existence. As dusk fell and stories continued to weave through the air, the tension hung like a heavy fog, for the behemoth was not merely a creature of old but a living symbol of human struggle, an embodiment of the chaos that lay just beneath the skin of the world. The fires flickered, casting long shadows, and deep down, everyone felt the pulse of that ancient fear, the realization that they were all just players on a stage, and the behemoth, with its immense power, lurked at the edges, always ready to step into the light. The flickering candlelight danced against the cold stone walls of a dimly lit workshop, where the smell of oil paint mingled with the lingering scent of wood shavings. In this sanctum, artists and thinkers of the Renaissance contemplated the world around them, their minds buzzing with ideas that would reshape history. In the midst of their fervor, whispers of ancient beasts, of giants and monsters, floated through the air, igniting both fear and wonder in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Among these towering figures was the behemoth, a creature born from myth but reimagined in a time bursting with creativity and thought. No longer merely a monstrous being of the Old Testament, this monstrous beast began to symbolize the untamed forces of nature, the chaotic power of knowledge, and the human struggle against the unknown. The Renaissance, with its fervid thirst for understanding and expression, breathed new life into such ancient tales, reinterpreting them in ways that resonated deeply with the human spirit. Artists like Albrecht Dürer were among the first to put brush to canvas, depicting the behemoth not just as a creature of nightmare, but as a symbol of strength and awe. Dürer's woodcuts and engravings captured the intricate details of this beast, drawing on a mix of biblical texts and the natural world. As viewers gazed upon the mighty figure, its coiling muscles and fierce eyes seemed to pulse with a life of their own, evoking a sense of both admiration and unease. It was as if Dürer whispered to them from across the ages, suggesting that the behemoth was not merely to be feared, but understood, a reflection of the darker, uncontrollable aspects of human nature itself. In the bustling streets of Florence, merchants traded not only spices and silks but also ideas. The behemoth, once feared as a mere creature of folklore, morphed into a philosophical inquiry. Thinkers like Giovanni Pico della Mirandola posed questions about humanity's position in the universe, using the behemoth as a metaphor for the chaos that lay beneath the surface of ordered society. What if, they mused, the behemoth represents the raw potential of humanity, the power to create but also to destroy? The tension hung in the air, a tantalizing thread weaving through the tapestry of thought. The line between man and monster began to blur. As the Renaissance unfolded, the behemoth became a canvas upon which artists and intellectuals painted their anxieties and aspirations. In the poetry of Ludovico Ariosto, the creature became emblematic of the struggles faced by humanity in a rapidly changing world. The behemoth, a fusion of biblical enormity and human frailty, reflected the inner turmoil of an age grappling with new ideas. Ariosto's verses echoed through the chambers of time, where readers felt the weight of uncertainty with every line, as if the ground beneath them could give way at any moment. In the shadows of grand cathedrals and opulent palaces, the behemoth found its way into the hearts of the common people, too. Folklore sprouted from the soil of anxiety and wonder, stories told by the fireside about a creature that could crush cities, but also protect the innocent. Children huddled close, eyes wide, as their parents spoke of a world where the behemoth roamed the earth, a guardian and a threat, a duality that resonated with their own lives. The creature became a symbol of the unpredictable forces of nature and the volatility of fate, a reminder that life was as enchanting as it was terrifying. As this mythological beast became a subject of both reverence and dread, the scientific curiosity of the Renaissance began to take hold. Naturalists like Ulysses Aldrovandi began cataloging the wonders of the animal kingdom, their studies uncovering creatures of astonishing size and complexity. The behemoth lurked in their texts, a shadowy figure that sparked debates among scholars who saw it as both a literal beast and a reflection of the wild, untamed aspects of existence. Was it a real animal that had yet to be discovered, or merely a fanciful creation of the human imagination? The question lingered, wrapped in layers of emotion and intrigue. As the sun set over the Italian countryside, the behemoth continued to loom large in the minds of thinkers and creators. It was during this period of artistic and intellectual blossoming that the creature began to embody the very essence of the Renaissance, a time of rebirth, exploration, and, ultimately, the confrontation with the unknown. The behemoth was more than just a monster. It was a touchstone for humanity's deepest fears and highest aspirations, a mirror reflecting the chaotic beauty of life itself. With every stroke of the brush, every word penned on parchment, the behemoth became a figure of profound complexity. Artists captured its essence with raw emotion, each portrayal echoing the unease of a culture on the brink of transformation. The creature seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a reminder that the greatest mysteries often lie just beyond the reach of understanding. In the spectral glow of candlelight, the spirit of the behemoth thrived, haunting the imaginations of those who dared to confront its majesty. And so, the story of the behemoth wound its way through the Renaissance, intertwining with the threads of art, philosophy, and everyday life, leaving a trail of questions that would resonate for generations. As the world expanded in knowledge and creativity, so too did the behemoth grow in significance, becoming not just a creature of legend, but a symbol of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, reason and chaos. The echoes of its existence rippled through the ages, a reminder that the monstrous and the divine often walk hand in hand, forever binding humanity to the mysteries that lie ahead. The air was thick with anticipation, buzzing with the whispers of the unknown. Sailors, eyes glazed with dreams and fear, stood at the edge of the world, where maps ended and the horizon beckoned. It was an age when men became giants, conquering oceans and unearthing mysteries that would forever change their understanding of life. Old beliefs were crumbling like dry parchment under the weight of new truths, and the behemoth, what they called the monstrous creatures of the sea, loomed larger than ever in their imaginations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dark waters came alive. Tales of serpentine beasts twisted through the minds of the crew. Some claimed to have seen shadows moving just beneath the waves, while others swore they heard the distant calls of great whales, singing songs of sorrow and wisdom. These stories ignited a fire within, compelling them to press forward into uncharted territories, where the promise of gold and glory danced like a mirage just out of reach. But the ocean was not just a vast expanse of water. It was a world filled with danger and wonder. Ships creaked under the strain of the waves, and men faced more than just storms. In the depths, they believed the behemoth lurked, an enormous creature, a guardian of the abyss, holding secrets of ancient civilizations and treasures untold. What if it were true? What if the behemoth was real? The fear was palpable, mingling with excitement, each man wrestling with his own thoughts. Would they encounter this monster, or would they become its prey? On the shores of new lands, the air was filled with the scent of the unfamiliar. Rich spices and vibrant colors dazzled their senses, yet unease lingered like the salty mist on their skin. The indigenous peoples watched from a distance, their faces painted with curiosity and wariness. They spoke of their own behemoths, giants of the earth that walked among them, creatures that had shaped their myths and their lives. What stories lay hidden in the earth and the forests, waiting for those who dared to listen. As the explorers forged deeper into these strange territories, they carried with them not just weapons and maps, but questions that echoed in their hearts. They were men of science and faith, driven by a hunger to understand the world, yet burdened by the weight of their ignorance. The discoveries they made were both wondrous and terrifying. They found plants that could cure ailments and others that could poison a man in seconds. They saw animals that defied logic, creatures that flew with colors brighter than any believed possible, and beasts that roamed the land, their size and strength leaving the explorers breathless. But it wasn't just the land that astounded them. The behemoth of the sea remained an enigma. Whales breached the surface, their massive forms crashing back into the depths like thunder. Stories began to spread, tales of encounters with leviathans that could swallow a ship whole. The idea of these monstrous creatures stirred the imaginations of poets and painters, who captured the essence of the behemoth in ways words alone could not. Each brushstroke and verse painted a picture of awe and dread, leaving the audience to wonder if mankind was truly the master of the earth or merely a fleeting shadow on its vast canvas. Night after night, around flickering campfires, the sailors shared their fears and dreams. One man spoke of a creature with scales that glimmered like jewels, while another claimed that the behemoth served as a reminder of nature's power, a force that could not be tamed. They spoke of the ocean's depths, where light dared not enter, and where the behemoth watched, patiently waiting, a silent guardian over the secrets it had kept for centuries. With each discovery, their understanding of the world shifted. They began to question their place in it. The behemoth was no longer just a creature of myth. It became a symbol of the unknown, a representation of all that lay beyond their grasp. They grappled with the realization that their explorations could lead to enlightenment or ruin. The thin line between discovery and destruction blurred, leaving them to ponder the true cost of their ambition. In the vibrant markets of newly found lands, exotic fruits and fabrics dazzled their senses. Yet they could not shake the feeling of having crossed an invisible line. Was it right to lay claim to these wonders? Were they saviors or conquerors? The indigenous peoples, with their ancient knowledge, watched with a knowing gaze, as the explorers unknowingly ignited a turbulent storm that would ripple through time. The behemoth, whether it be the creature of the sea or the reality of their actions, remained a haunting presence in every decision made. As they returned to their ships, the weight of newfound ideas clung to them like the salty spray of the ocean. The stars twinkled above, a reminder of how small they truly were against the vastness of the universe. Each man felt a mix of pride and trepidation as they sailed onward, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that with each passing wave, they were creating a legacy, one that would echo through time and space, entwining their fates with the behemoth, the ocean, and the world they had barely begun to understand. They stood at the precipice of a new dawn, where legends awaited to be written, and the behemoth, still lurking just beneath the surface, prepared to reveal yet more secrets, as the vast, uncharted sea stretched endlessly before them, brimming with promise and peril. The cliffs loomed ahead, and the tide surged, beckoning them forward. In the distance, a shadow broke the surface, and the whispers of the behemoth seemed to call their names, a haunting reminder that the greatest discoveries were yet to come, lurking just beyond the horizon. A dark shadow loomed over the quiet village of Zaflora, its outline shimmering against the twilight sky. Whispers of the behemoth, that ancient creature of untold size and power, sent shivers through the townsfolk. They spoke in hushed tones, recounting tales of its colossal presence, a creature more myth than reality, yet so vividly alive in their collective memory. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, a chilling breeze swept through the narrow streets, leaving behind an unsettling feeling, as if the very ground held its breath. In the northern regions of Europe, stories of a massive beast wandered through the icy winds. Among the Scandinavian folk, the behemoth was often seen as a guardian of the wilderness, a gigantic creature embodying the fierce spirit of nature. They called it the Jotun, a giant that roamed the frostbitten fjords, its footsteps echoing like thunder. It was said that when the beast stirred, the mountains shivered, and the lakes rippled with unease. Fishermen recalled a night when their boats rocked violently on the water. They felt the presence of the Jotun beneath, watching, waiting. The elders warned the children not to venture too close to the icy waters, for the creature's breath was said to freeze the very soul. Traveling further south, to the sun-drenched hills of Italy, the behemoth took on a different form. Here, it became the Gigante, a massive figure said to rest in the shadows of ancient ruins. Farmers spoke of its enormous hands, capable of flattening entire fields with a mere swipe. On moonlit nights, the brave would gather at the edge of the fields to catch a glimpse of its silhouette against the stars. The stories told of a time when the Gigante came to the aid of a village, warding off marauders with its mighty roar that shook the very earth. Villagers recalled the way the ground trembled beneath their feet, a mixture of fear and awe washing over them as they witnessed the colossal protector. In the dense jungles of South America, the behemoth morphed yet again, becoming an enormous serpent known as the Serpiente Gigante. This creature slithered through the foliage, its scales glistening like emeralds in the sunlight. The indigenous tribes revered it as a god, and tales were woven of how it emerged from the depths of the earth to bring rain to the parched lands. But darkness clung to the stories too. They warned of the wrath of the Serpiente Gigante, which could swallow entire villages if angered. There were nights when the sky broke open with storms, and the clouds rolled ominously, echoing the beast's discontent. Meanwhile, in the heart of Africa, the behemoth transformed into the Nyam, a colossal elephant said to roam the savannas. This creature towered over trees, its size a living testament to the strength of the land itself. Tribes held ceremonies to honor the Nyam, singing songs that echoed through the grasslands as they danced around the fire, celebrating its existence. But the elders cautioned against drawing its ire. To disturb the Nyam was to invite disaster. Stories circulated of entire herds of antelope disappearing, as if swallowed by the ground when the beast was displeased. Across the vast ocean, the behemoth found its way into the lore of the Pacific Islands, taking shape as a great whale known as the Moana. Islanders revered it as a powerful spirit guiding voyagers across treacherous waters. Fishermen prayed for its favor before setting sail, believing that the presence of the Moana would bring bountiful catches. There were fables of sailors who sailed into storms and encountered the great whale, its massive form emerging from the depths like a guardian angel, guiding them back to safety amidst crashing waves. Yet, the Moana also bore the weight of vengeance. Tales of those who disrespected the ocean's offerings vanished, lost to the depths as the whale roared in displeasure. On the rugged cliffs of the British Isles, tales of a behemoth known as the Giant of the Land echoed through the ages. Local legends spoke of a giant who once walked among men, shaping the hills and valleys with each step. The people believed that the giant had fallen into a deep slumber, his massive body hidden beneath the earth, and when the wind howled just right, one could hear his muffled breathing. Farmers would often leave offerings at the edge of their fields, whispering prayers for good harvests, hoping to awaken the giant's goodwill. Yet, when crops failed, fear rippled through the lands, as many believed it was a sign that the giant was angry, awakening the wrath of the sleeping titan. In the arid deserts of the Middle East, stories of the behemoth emerged as the Leviathan, a creature of both beauty and terror. It was said to dwell in the depths of the Red Sea, its immense form capable of causing whirlpools that could swallow boats whole. Fishermen spoke of mesmerizing colors and patterns dancing on its skin, a sight so stunning it could lure anyone too close to the edge of the abyss. Yet, the Leviathan was also a harbinger of misfortune. When the waters churned and roared, it was a warning. The beast was stirring, and the consequences of angering it were dire. As the world spun on, the behemoth found a home in the rich tapestry of Asian folklore. In Japan, it became the Tsukinoko, a creature that slithered across mountainous terrain, its shape reminiscent of a giant snake. Travelers claimed they could hear its eerie call echoing through the valleys, a sound that sent chills down their spines. Legends spoke of its mischievous nature, tricking those who sought its guidance. But there were dark stories, too, of wandering souls who never returned, taken by the Tsukinoko into the depths of the forest, forever lost in its mysterious embrace. And so, the behemoth existed in every corner of the world, a thread woven into the fabric of countless cultures. Each story held its own weight, each region adapting the creature to fit their fears and hopes. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, the essence of the behemoth lingered in the air, a reminder of humanity's eternal dance with the unknown. And somewhere, perhaps in the shadows of a forest or the depths of an ocean, the great beast stirred, its legacy waiting to be awakened once more. A thunderous roar shatters the silence of a fog-drenched night, echoing through the streets and rattling windows. It's the sound of a beast awakened, a creature that stirs something primal deep within the human soul. This is the behemoth, not simply a monster from ancient texts, but a living metaphor that has taken on new forms within the pages of modern literature. The specter of the behemoth has loomed large over the literary landscape, a shadow that writers have grappled with, dissected, and transformed. In the world of fiction, the behemoth often represents more than mere physicality. It embodies the struggles of humanity against the overwhelming forces of society, politics, and the very nature of existence. One cannot mention the behemoth without conjuring images of Franz Kafka, whose works reflect the anxieties of modern life. In the Metamorphosis, Gregor Samsa's transformation into a monstrous insect serves as a chilling reminder of the alienation and dehumanization that shadows the modern experience. Kafka's nightmarish narrative evokes a sense of unease, tapping into the collective fear of being consumed by the very systems meant to protect us. As the pages turn, the behemoth becomes a palpable force in the novels of H.P. Lovecraft, where cosmic horror lurks just beyond the veil of our understanding. Lovecraft's monstrous entities, like Cthulhu, awaken a dread that transcends time and space. They remind readers of humanity's fragility in a universe that is indifferent to our existence. Those who encounter the behemoth in Lovecraft's world often find themselves spiraling into madness, a fitting metaphor for the chaos of the modern age. Lovecraft's ability to evoke raw terror keeps readers on the edge, captivated by the idea that some beasts can only be glimpsed in the darkest, most fractured corners of our imagination. Turning to works like Moby Dick by Herman Melville, The behemoth takes the form of the great white whale, a majestic and terrifying creature that embodies the uncontrollable forces of nature. Captain Ahab's obsessive quest to conquer this behemoth becomes a gripping exploration of humanity's struggle against fate. The tension builds with each page, as Ahab's monomania leads him deeper into darkness, where victory over the beast seems both tantalizingly close and hopelessly out of reach. It reflects the inner conflict and existential dread, much like the behemoth itself, a looming challenge that defies comprehension. The behemoth also finds its way into the works of contemporary authors like Haruki Murakami, whose surreal narratives often blur the lines between reality and the fantastical. In Kafka on the Shore, characters confront their own behemoths, manifesting as mysterious forces that shape their destinies. Murakami's storytelling creates a labyrinth of emotions, drawing readers into a world where the behemoth can be both terrifying and oddly comforting. The music, the cats, the shadowy figures, they are all echoes of the larger, unseen forces at work, reminiscent of the behemoth's omnipresence lurking beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Tamara Faith Berger's Kiss Me presents the behemoth in a more intimate light, exploring desires and identities that society often deems monstrous. In a world where shame can feel like a suffocating blanket, the behemoth transforms into a personal battle against the fears and expectations that bind individuals. Berger's raw and unflinching prose grips the reader, illuminating the struggle to embrace one's true self in a landscape fraught with judgment and misunderstanding. Through this lens, the behemoth represents not just an external force, but an internal struggle that resonates with many. As the behemoth continues to evolve across the pages of modern literature, one must acknowledge the influence of graphic novels. Works like Sandman by Neil Gaiman introduce the behemoth in a kaleidoscope of myth and fantasy. Dream and reality intertwine as characters confront their fears, desires, and the monstrous aspects of their psyches. Gaiman masterfully weaves stories that resonate on multiple levels, encapsulating the struggle against the behemoth within the intricate tapestry of human experience. Readers are left breathless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions that pull them into a world of wonder and darkness. In the realm of dystopian fiction, the behemoth becomes a symbol of oppressive regimes and societal collapse. In George Orwell's 1984, Big Brother stands as the behemoth of surveillance and control, a chilling reminder of how power can corrupt and consume the individual. The pervasive fear and anxiety felt by Winston Smith echoes the collective dread of living under the weight of an all-seeing, all-consuming beast. As the narrative unfolds, the tension rises, each moment steeped in a palpable urgency that grips the reader's heart. Meanwhile, in the hands of Margaret Atwood, the behemoth emerges as a cautionary tale in The Handmaid's Tale. The oppressive forces of a totalitarian regime strip individuals of their rights, reducing them to mere vessels for reproduction. The behemoth here is the systemic cruelty that dehumanizes and silences, invoking a sense of rage and despair. Atwood's powerful prose has the ability to ignite emotions, leaving readers grappling with the chilling reality of a world where autonomy is stripped away. As modern literature continues to grapple with the behemoth, it becomes evident that this creature is not merely a figment of imagination. From historical allegories to contemporary battles against societal norms, the behemoth haunts the pages of our stories, a reminder of the struggles we face. It invokes fear, empathy, anger, and ultimately, a sense of shared humanity. Each chapter reveals another layer of this ever-evolving beast, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming odds. The behemoth does not simply exist in the shadows. It thrives in our narratives, urging us to confront our deepest fears while illuminating the strength found within our shared stories. A shadow looms over the landscape, massive and foreboding, as the earth shakes beneath the weight of its presence. This is no ordinary creature. This is the behemoth. Legends speak of its colossal size, its formidable strength, and an ancient power that stirs both fear and awe in the hearts of those who dare to whisper its name. In film and television, this enigmatic beast transcends mere myth, capturing the imagination of audiences and igniting a primal curiosity about what lurks beyond the veil of reality. In the dim light of a flickering screen, Viewers become entranced as the behemoth emerges from the depths of their wildest dreams and nightmares. The creature's first appearance in a film sends shivers down spines, the sound of thunder reverberating through the theater, a visceral reminder of nature's unyielding power. The camera captures the raw emotion on the faces of the characters, their wide eyes reflecting both terror and wonder. This is not just a story. It's a visceral experience that pulls people in, making them feel as if they are part of an epic battle between man and monster. The behemoth has appeared in various forms throughout cinematic history. From its first cinematic breath in the black and white horror classics to the dazzling CGI spectacles of today, this creature has evolved, yet its essence remains unchanged. Its portrayal in the 1950s film, The Behemoth, resonates with a chilling authenticity, as the audience is introduced to a world where science and ancient lore collide. The creature is not just a product of special effects. It embodies humanity's deepest fears, the fear of the unknown, the fear of nature's wrath, the fear of insignificance. As the decades rolled on, the behemoth found its way into the collective consciousness of popular culture, weaving itself into the fabric of storytelling. In television adaptations, the creature takes on new shapes and meanings, often symbolizing the struggle between humanity and the natural world. The horror series that showcases a monstrous behemoth overshadowing a city becomes a reflection of our modern anxieties, environmental destruction, urbanization, and the consequences of our choices. Audiences gasp as buildings crumble, and the ground trembles, echoing the very real fears of a world on the brink of disaster. One of the most gripping portrayals of the behemoth can be found in the acclaimed series Monsters of Myth. Here, the beast is not merely a monster but a metaphor for the mistakes and hubris of humankind. The behemoth wreaks havoc as a once thriving landscape succumbs to chaos, and viewers can't help but feel a twinge of guilt as they witness the destruction unfold. It's a masterclass in storytelling, one that elicits fear, but also introspection. The characters are not just fighting for survival. They are often battling their own pasts, their choices echoing in the might of the behemoth. And then there's the moment that takes your breath away. Imagine a scene where the behemoth, with its towering figure and ancient eyes, stands still, observing the chaos it has caused. The camera lingers on its massive form, and for a fleeting second, the audience sees something unexpected, a flicker of sadness in its dark gaze. It's a reminder that even monsters have a story, a history that predates humanity. This complexity adds layers to the creature, turning it into an enigmatic figure rather than just a force of destruction. In films like The Behemoth Chronicles, the narrative shifts to the mythological roots of the creature, diving into ancient texts and legends that speak of a time when the behemoth walked the earth as a guardian, not just a destroyer. The audience is captivated as they learn of a time when the creature was revered, its presence a symbol of balance between the world and its inhabitants. The cinematography paints these ancient scenes with lush colors and haunting melodies, leading viewers to question, what happens when humanity forgets to honor its myths? With each adaptation, the behemoth takes on a life of its own, drawing from historical accounts and folklore while also mirroring contemporary fears. In Behemoth, Rise of the Titans, the creature becomes a rallying point for a disparate group of characters, each representing different facets of society. The show explores their fears and hopes, weaving them together in a tapestry of tension as they confront the behemoth. The emotional stakes rise as characters face loss, betrayal, and the unbreakable bond of survival. The audience is swept away, their hearts racing as they root for the heroes, even as they fear the looming presence of the beast. The behemoth has also found a place in animated tales, appealing to younger audiences with thrilling adventures that blend humor and fright. These stories often capture the wonder of childhood imagination, where the behemoth is both a friend and a foe. In these narratives, the creature becomes a guide, teaching lessons about bravery and friendship, while keeping the thrill of danger alive. The children watching, eyes wide with excitement, learn that even the most fearsome beasts can become allies, if one has the courage to look beyond the surface. Yet, beneath the surface of entertainment lies a deeper commentary on humanity's relationship with nature. The behemoth, in its various portrayals, stands as a reminder of the delicate balance between destruction and creation. The films and shows are not merely about a creature terrorizing the innocent. They reflect a society grappling with its own identity and impact on the world. Each roar of the behemoth reverberates like a warning, calling out for awareness, urging viewers to listen to the stories of the past that echo in the present. As the screen fades to black and the credits roll, the haunting image of the behemoth lingers in the minds of audiences, leaving them with an inexplicable yearning for more. The shadows of the behemoth extend beyond the frame, inviting interpretations, discussions, and reflections that do not easily fade. Each encounter with the behemoth transforms the viewers, planting seeds of thought that grow long after the lights come up. They leave the theater, not just entertained but changed, their hearts heavy with the weight of a creature that is far more than just a monster. The behemoth continues to haunt, captivate, and inspire, an eternal presence in the tapestry of storytelling that binds together cultures and generations. A shadow lingers in the corner of a dimly lit gallery, where whispers of old stories and powerful legends intermingle with the scent of aged wood and dust. A colossal figure looms over a sea of canvases, its presence both terrifying and mesmerizing. This is not just a creature. It's the behemoth, a symbol of overwhelming strength and untamed nature, echoing through the ages in art. From the ancient scrolls of Mesopotamia, where the behemoth first took form, it is depicted as a fearsome beast, an embodiment of chaos and strength. The earliest artists carved its likeness into clay tablets, its massive body twisting like a stormy wave. These artists infused their work with reverence and dread, each line capturing the essence of a creature that could crush mountains with its might. The sight of those sharp, curling horns and the rippling muscles of the behemoth would have struck fear into the hearts of anyone who gazed upon them, a visual echo of the stormy skies and turbulent seas around them. Fast forward to the Renaissance, when artists wielded their brushes like swords, ready to conquer the canvas with visions of both beauty and terror. In a world rich with religious fervor and humanistic ideas, the behemoth found its way into the art of great masters. Albrecht Dürer, in his intricate woodcuts, rendered the creature with meticulous detail, revealing not just its physicality but a deeper, darker symbolism. The behemoth roamed the margins of his works, a reminder of humanity's struggle against the beast within. One could almost hear the whispers of the past in those jagged lines, as if the behemoth itself were urging the viewer to confront their own inner demons. Then, the Baroque period erupted onto the scene, with its dramatic flair and intense emotion. Artists like Peter Paul Rubens painted the behemoth in grand allegorical scenes, placing it among gods and heroes. The creature became a symbol of divine power, its sinewy form twisting amidst swirling clouds and vibrant colors. Each brushstroke pulsed with energy, as if the behemoth were alive, roaring through the canvas. The viewer couldn't help but feel the tension, the push and pull of nature's raw force against the delicate human spirit, a battle played out in a riot of color and movement. But it was in the 19th century that the behemoth transformed once more, taking on a new life in the emerging art movement of Romanticism. Artists like J.M.W. Turner captured the essence of the behemoth through the tumultuous landscapes that mirrored its chaotic energy. The skies roared with swirling storms, and the seas crashed violently against the shores. Here, the behemoth was no longer just a creature. It became a metaphor for nature's fury and beauty, a reflection of humanity's profound connection to the wild. In Turner's works, the behemoth didn't just exist. It breathed, lived, and raged against the constraints of civilization. As time marched on, the behemoth found itself in the hands of modern artists, each reimagining the creature through their unique lenses. Surrealists, like Salvador Dali, brought the behemoth into the dreamscape, twisting its form into bizarre shapes that defied logic. The behemoth became a symbol of the subconscious, a creature born from the depths of fear and desire. Its monstrous visage, dripping with symbolism, struck an emotional chord, forcing the viewer to confront their own nightmares and dreams, both beautiful and grotesque. In contemporary art, the behemoth has been reinterpreted once more, blending into urban landscapes and digital creations. Street artists spray paint its fierce figure onto the walls of crumbling buildings, a bold reminder of nature's power amidst the concrete jungle. Each mural tells a story, echoing the ancient fear and fascination with the beast, reminding us that the behemoth is not just a relic of the past, but a living part of our cultural narrative. It's a challenge to humanity, a call to respect the wild and recognize our place within it. The behemoth's image continues to evolve, a testament to its enduring impact on human imagination. Each artist, with their brush or spray, adds another layer to its story, weaving together threads of fear, power, and beauty. It dances across time and space, a creature that embodies the very essence of existence. Raw, untamed, and undeniably captivating. As the gallery lights flicker, illuminating the myriad interpretations of the behemoth, the air thickens with anticipation. Each canvas whispers a story, drawing the viewer closer, urging them to feel the thrill of the chase, the rush of adrenaline when faced with the unknown. The behemoth stands not just as a subject of art, but as a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and greatest triumphs, forever immortalized through the eyes of those who dare to confront it. As the night wears on, the shadows deepen, and the behemoth calls out once more, echoing through the corridors of time, waiting for the next artist to capture its essence, to breathe life into its legend anew. The cycle continues, a beautiful tension between fear and fascination, a never-ending dance that ensnares the soul and invites one to ponder the mysteries that lie just beyond the horizon. A storm was brewing on the horizon, thick dark clouds swirling like a restless ocean. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable energy that hinted at a clash between man and nature, the kind that left scars on the land and souls. It was in this moment of brewing chaos that the truth of the behemoth emerged, the beast of untamed nature, a symbol of raw power and a reminder of the delicate balance that hung by a thread. In the ancient texts, whispers of the behemoth spoke of a creature so massive that its very existence shook the earth and darkened the skies. Historians painted vivid pictures of societies, long vanished, that revered this titan, understanding that it was both protector and destroyer. The behemoth was not merely a beast. It was a representation of nature's fury, a warning to those who dared to forget their place in the grand tapestry of existence. When towns thrived and rivers flowed freely, the behemoth slumbered, but when greed seeped into the hearts of men, it awakened with a fury that echoed through the ages. In the shadows of towering mountains and lush valleys, communities flourished, their existence entwined with the rhythms of nature. Farmers sowed their seeds, trusting that the rains would come and the sun would shine. But whispers of discontent grew louder. The behemoth stirred, and with it, the earth trembled. Droughts scorched the fields, while raging floods swallowed entire towns whole. Ancient civilizations crumbled, like sandcastles against the relentless tide. Under the weight of nature's fury, a wrath unleashed upon those who had forgotten their bond with the land. As the skies darkened, so too did the hearts of those who watched their dreams wash away. Fear gripped the villagers, and in their desperation, they sought to tame the wild, to conquer the behemoth through the steel of their machines and the arrogance of their designs. They built walls to hold back the rivers, threw nets into the oceans, and cut down forests to expand their reach. But nature does not bow to the whims of man. It responds with fury, reminding all of its ancient power. The earth's cries were woven into the winds that howled through the valleys. Legends arose of storms that seemed to speak, warning of the consequences of imbalance. Farmers began to understand that each drop of rain was a gift, not to be taken for granted. They turned to the wisdom of their ancestors, embracing sustainable practices, planting trees, and nurturing the land, respecting the behemoth that resided within the heart of the wilderness. Yet, the behemoth was a shrewd guardian, a creature of instinct and ferocity. It watched as the cities expanded, their concrete jungles rising like a challenge against the natural world. Each time a river was dammed or a tree felled, the beast stirred restlessly, rumbling beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to reclaim what was rightfully its own. When the skies finally broke open, it was as if the very heavens unleashed a torrent of tears, cleansing the sins of humanity but leaving destruction in its wake. The storms roared and winds howled, carrying the cries of the earth. Those who stood against the elements found themselves facing the fury of nature, a force they could neither understand nor control. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the faces of men and women as they fought to hold their ground against the might of the behemoth. In those moments, they felt small, humbled, and reminded of their insignificance in the grand scheme of life. Yet not all was lost in despair. In the midst of chaos, a spark of hope ignited. Communities began to unite not just in survival but in understanding. They gathered in circles under the swirling skies, sharing stories of the behemoth, a creature not just to be feared but respected. They spoke of balance and harmony, learning to listen to the whispers of the earth, the songs of the trees, and the rhythm of the rivers that spoke of time immemorial. The bond between humans and the behemoth evolved, shifting from a relationship of dominion to one of coexistence. As awareness grew, the lessons from the past echoed louder, igniting movements that sought to restore the balance that had long been disrupted. The massive, untamed creature became a symbol, not just of nature's fury, but of its capacity for regeneration. In every sprout that pierced through the soil, in every drop of rain that fell gently upon parched earth, lay the promise of renewal. And as the behemoth slumbered, it became clear that it was not just a beast to be tamed, but a reminder that nature's strength lies in its cycles. The ebb and flow of life, the rise and fall of civilizations, were all part of a greater design. The storms would come, and they would go, just as the sun would rise after darkness. The earth once again began to heal. Rivers carved new paths through the land, forests flourished, and the air filled with the sounds of life reclaiming its domain. The behemoth watched silently, a guardian of balance, waiting for humanity to remember its lessons. Every raindrop, every gust of wind, and every flicker of lightning kept alive the heartbeat of the world, a reminder of the delicate dance between power and vulnerability. The people had begun to grasp the truth. They were not separate from nature but a thread within its vast tapestry. The behemoth was alive in every heartbeat of the earth, a force of both chaos and creation. They learned to celebrate the storms just as much as they cherished the sun, realizing that without the fury, there could be no balance. Yet, as celebrations filled the air, an unsettling tension lingered, a shadow looming beyond the horizon. In distant lands, the echoes of exploitation grew louder, the cries of the earth silenced beneath the weight of greed and neglect. The behemoth stirred once more, sensing the imbalance threatening to tip once again. In the distance, the skies began to darken again, clouds gathering like an army preparing for battle. The earth rumbled softly, a warning, a reminder that the behemoth was always watching, always waiting. The dance between humanity and nature was far from over, and the next storm was brewing, ready to unveil the truths that could not be ignored. In ancient whispers, the name Behemoth shivers through time, a creature so immense that it embodies the very essence of the earth's raw power. A shadow stretching across a sunlit valley, its presence evokes both dread and awe. This beast of legend, spoken of in hushed tones, has made its way through the sacred texts of many religions, each adding layers to its formidable identity. With every interpretation, the behemoth evolves, carving its mark on the souls of believers and the imaginations of dreamers, igniting a blend of fear and reverence that dances in the air. In the Jewish tradition, the behemoth rises from the pages of the Book of Job, a colossal beast described by God himself in a vivid portrayal of strength and resilience. Its sinewy frame, a marvel of creation, symbolizes the unyielding force of nature, a reminder of humanity's fragile existence. As Job wrestles with his suffering, the behemoth stands as a testament to God's power over all creatures, great and small. The imagery is almost palpable. One can almost hear the rustling of grass beneath its feet and feel the earth tremble with each step. The beast is not merely a monster. It is a reflection of divine majesty and the natural order, a juxtaposition of vulnerability and brute strength. In the Christian tradition, the behemoth morphs into a symbol of chaos and disorder. Revelations paint it not as a mere beast, but as an embodiment of the apocalyptic turmoil that signals the end times. This imagery sends chills through congregations as the behemoth roams the earth, a harbinger of judgment. The faithful envision its colossal form crashing through cities, its roar echoing like thunder, a reminder of the wrath that can befall those who stray from the path of righteousness. The awe-inspiring creature serves as both warning and lesson, urging believers to remain steadfast in their faith, lest they find themselves at the mercy of such overwhelming forces. In Hinduism, the behemoth is echoed in tales of monstrous beings, like the mighty Rakshasas. These formidable creatures embody the struggle between good and evil, and in their defeat lies the promise of renewal. The imagery is striking, a titan of chaos brought low by the forces of righteousness, showcasing the eternal battle that exists within the universe. The behemoth here reflects humanity's inner demons, a reminder that the struggle against darkness is as ancient as time itself. Across the sea, in the folklore of many indigenous cultures, the behemoth takes on new life, often represented as a great water spirit or creature of the depths. These legends speak of its immense size, lurking beneath the surface, inspiring both fear and respect. It is the guardian of secrets, the keeper of the waters, and the embodiment of nature's fury. When storms rage and waters rise, it is the behemoth that stirs, reminding humans of their place in the natural order. This being is not simply a monster. It is a protector, demanding reverence from those who dwell upon the land and shores. In each story, the behemoth serves as a metaphor for humanity's struggles and triumphs. In Buddhism, the concept of the behemoth may be likened to the Mara, the tempter who represents ignorance and the obstacles to enlightenment. The behemoth looms large, a reminder of the internal battles one must face on the journey to spiritual awakening. It teaches that true strength lies not in conquering the beast outside, but in overcoming the chaos within. The emotional weight of this realization can be overwhelming, a powerful push against the tide of despair that threatens to pull one under. As the fabric of these tales intertwines, one can almost feel the energy of the behemoth pulsating through the collective consciousness. It is more than a single entity. It transforms into a symbol of the trials that define the human experience. From the roaring seas of the Pacific to the arid deserts of the Middle East, the behemoth story resonates through all cultures, transcending geography and time. In the words of ancient sages and modern scholars alike, the behemoth is a reflection of our deepest fears and fiercest hopes. It captures the essence of creation's wonders and the chaos that can ensue. With each echo of its name, hearts race and breaths shorten, for the behemoth is not just a creature of legend. It sits at the edge of consciousness, waiting for the moment when it will rise again, reminding everyone that nature is not to be tamed but respected, not to be feared but revered. Each retelling, each symbol carved into stone or painted on canvas, adds another layer to the behemoth's ever-growing presence. It becomes a canvas upon which humanity paints its greatest fears, its wildest dreams, and its most profound truths. One can almost hear the rustling of pages as scriptures recount tales of strength and vulnerability, of chaos and order, evoking emotions that run the spectrum from terror to hope. With hearts pounding and spirits stirred, the narrative does not pause. It flows into a new chapter, where the behemoth's legacy intertwines with the next powerful creature of myth, drawing believers and seekers alike into an ever-deepening exploration of faith, existence, and the complexities of the human condition. The beast continues to loom, a testament to the battles fought within and the monsters that lurk just beyond the horizon, waiting to teach, to terrify, and to transcend the boundaries of time and belief. In a dimly lit study, a flickering candle cast eerie shadows against the walls. Dust motes floated lazily in the air, as if time itself had paused to listen to the whispers of the past. Old books lined the shelves, their spines cracked and worn, begging to be read. Among them lay an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, detailing the tale of the behemoth. This creature, described as a monstrous embodiment of chaos, had haunted the dreams of countless civilizations throughout history. As the candle sputtered, illuminating the text, one could almost feel the weight of the behemoth's presence, looming like a dark cloud over the human psyche. The behemoth was not merely a beast of flesh and bone. It was a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. The stories told of its colossal size and insatiable hunger. Yet, the true horror lay not in its physical form but in what it represented. An insatiable appetite for destruction, a chaos that mirrored the turmoil hidden within us all. Ancient texts suggested that this creature roamed not just the earth but the recesses of the human mind, feeding on the anxieties, anger, and hidden traumas that festered beneath the surface. Across the ages, cultures grappled with the behemoth in different ways. The ancient Egyptians depicted it as a guardian of the underworld, a creature that reminded them of the fine line between order and chaos. The terrifying imagery of the behemoth in their hieroglyphs served as a warning. The balance of life is fragile. A slip into chaos meant surrendering to the behemoth, losing oneself to its devouring nature. In the shadows of their pyramids, pharaohs understood that every triumph was shadowed by the lurking potential for disaster, an ever-present threat that resonated with their own fears of mortality. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the behemoth found a new home in the minds of philosophers and theologians. It became a symbol of the chaotic nature of mankind, a reminder of the sinful impulses that lay within every heart. Mankind's struggle against the behemoth transformed into a battle against the self. As cities rose and fell, the tumultuous tides of war, plague, and famine fed the beast, and the people wondered, was the behemoth a reflection of God's wrath or merely a product of their own making? Here, in the flickering shadows of candlelit cathedrals, the line between divine punishment and human folly blurred. Then, in the Age of Enlightenment, the behemoth morphed once again. Enlightenment thinkers sought to tame the beast with reason and intellect. But as they dissected the human condition, with its passions and irrationalities, they discovered something unsettling. The behemoth's strength thrived even in the light of knowledge. Sigmund Freud, decades later, would introduce the idea of the unconscious mind, revealing the behemoth's true nature as an archetype of repressed desires and unresolved conflicts. The monstrous figure lurking within the psyche was not just a being to be feared. It was a part of everyone, a primal instinct waiting to break free. In quieter moments, as one reflects on the behemoth, the emotional turmoil it evokes becomes palpable. Consider the individual battling their own inner demons. The behemoth materializes, looking at them through the mirror of their fears, amplifying the anxieties of loneliness, despair, and inadequacy. It embodies the weight of expectations, the pressure to conform, to succeed, to be perfect. Each heartbeat resonates with the rhythm of the behemoth's breath, a constant reminder of the chaos lying in wait, ready to pounce when one least expects it. In modern times, the behemoth has taken on new forms. It is no longer just a creature of ancient lore but has evolved into the undercurrents of society: addiction, violence, and mental illness. The human psyche, grappling with these manifestations, often finds itself in a battle for survival. Each individual has their own behemoth to face, lurking in the shadows of their mind, with the power to consume them whole. This struggle is not just personal. It resonates through the collective human experience, echoing the fears of generations past. The tales of the behemoth interweave with the stories of individuals who have stood at the edge of despair. Picture a soldier returning from war, haunted by the memories of conflict. The behemoth, with its gnashing teeth, whispers doubts and fears into his ears, a relentless reminder of the chaos he cannot escape. Each night, as he closes his eyes, the beast stirs, threatening to pull him under, to drown him in the memories he cannot shake. His fight against the behemoth is not just for survival. It becomes a desperate quest for understanding, a path to reclaim his lost humanity. In contrast, the artist channels the behemoth's chaos into creation. Each brushstroke and each note played becomes an act of defiance against the consuming darkness. In the midst of their struggle, they find beauty in the chaos, transforming the monstrous into something sublime. The behemoth, once a symbol of fear, morphs into inspiration, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there lies the potential for growth. Yet, the behemoth remains a relentless force, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. The The whispers of anxiety, the pangs of depression, the fears of inadequacy. They are all threads woven into the fabric of the human experience. The behemoth is a reminder that chaos is not something to be vanquished but an integral part of life, something to be confronted and understood. It evokes not only terror but also the resilience of the human spirit, a testament to our ability to endure in the face of overwhelming odds. As the candle flickers, the shadows dance upon the walls, and the story of the behemoth continues to unfold. With every heartbeat, the tension rises, the emotions swell, and the reader is left breathless, on the edge of an abyss that holds both fear and fascination. The echoes of history blend with the present, creating a haunting resonance that refuses to fade. The behemoth, ever present in the shadows of the mind, waits patiently, knowing that the story is far from over. In a world shadowed by colossal giants, the ground trembles under their weight, and the air thickens with anticipation. The behemoth stands not just as a creature of nightmare, but as a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. Its immense form blots out the sun, casting a long shadow that stretches across civilizations, evoking a sense of awe and dread. As people gaze up at the creature, their hearts pound with a mix of terror and fascination, sensing that this is more than a mere beast. It is a symbol of the unknown, a harbinger of change. Throughout history, the behemoth has taken many shapes, each representing humanity's evolving relationship with the power of nature and technology. From the earliest legends of monstrous beasts in ancient texts to the mechanized horror of a future shaped by human hands, the behemoth speaks to our primal instincts. Its presence raises questions. Is it a guardian or a destroyer? A force of chaos or a catalyst for evolution? The tales echo through time, each retelling enhancing the mystery that surrounds this great beast. In the pages of the past, the behemoth appears in the Book of Job, where its description conjures images of an unstoppable force, a being that embodies the raw power of creation. It is painted as a creature of the land, the embodiment of strength and supremacy, evoking both reverence and fear. As the sun rises over the ancient plains, one can almost hear the low rumble of its movement, feeling the vibrations ripple through the earth, a clear warning that nature holds dominion over humanity. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the behemoth transforms. It sheds its skin of myth and emerges once more, this time as a monstrous metaphor for unchecked technological advancement. In the realm of science fiction, this new behemoth takes various forms: towering robots that threaten to outpace their creators, bioengineered monstrosities that blur the lines between man and machine, and even the very climate changes that loom ominously on the horizon. These representations elicit a surge of emotions, igniting the fear of what humanity might unleash if it doesn't tread carefully. The narrative pivots sharply as the behemoth becomes a character in the minds of writers and filmmakers, a living testament to the consequences of ambition left unchecked. In one gripping tale, a scientist, blinded by the thirst for knowledge, creates a genetic hybrid designed to withstand the ravages of climate change. Initially, it appears to be a miracle, a savior in a world on the brink of collapse. But as the creature grows, so too does its hunger for dominance, revealing the inherent danger in playing God. The reader can feel the tension rise, a palpable dread hanging in the air as the creature, once intended to be a beacon of hope, becomes a predator, stalking its creators in their own homes. Visions of the behemoth as a harbinger of doom are not limited to the printed word. In the flickering light of the silver screen, it looms larger than life. Films portray it as skyscraper-sized monsters that wreak havoc on cities, their roars shaking the very foundations of civilization. Audiences grip their seats in fear, their hearts racing in sync with the pounding soundtrack, as they witness buildings crumble and people flee in terror. But beneath the thrilling chaos lies a deeper message: humanity's struggle against forces it cannot comprehend. The behemoth, once an external threat, morphs into a reflection of our internal battles against our own creations. As the centuries pass, artists and thinkers grapple with the behemoth's symbolism. In literature, it becomes an embodiment of societal issues, representing the anxiety of a world where the line between man and machine blurs, where progress threatens to erase humanity itself. In one poignant moment, a character stands atop a cliff, witnessing a massive, mechanized behemoth lumbering toward a city, its gears grinding in a despairing rhythm. The contrast between the serene beauty of nature and the ugly advance of technology paints a stark picture of what might come. The character's heart aches not just for the people below, but for a world that may soon forget what it means to be human. In the wake of these tales, the behemoth also serves as a reminder of resilience. It embodies the struggle for survival in an increasingly chaotic universe, where humanity must confront its own creation. As the behemoth strides through the narrative, it challenges characters to rise against the odds, to find strength within themselves. When faced with overwhelming odds, they learn that courage often arises from the depths of despair, transforming fear into a force for unity and action. The behemoth's roar echoes through the ages, a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. As the stories unfold, they reveal a cycle, one that teeters precariously on the edge of catastrophe. Hints of the past intertwine with glimpses of the future, weaving a complex tapestry of emotion and tension. The reader feels a deep connection to the characters' struggles, their hopes clashing against the formidable presence of the behemoth. Then, as the narrative escalates, the behemoth reaches its zenith, a titanic shadow looming over both the characters and the readers alike. With every turn of the page, the tension mounts, the stakes rising higher with each encounter. Amidst the chaos, fleeting moments emerge, characters sharing their fears, their dreams, and their regrets. These slow reflections provide a brief respite, only to be shattered by the next eruption of fear as the behemoth charges forward, reminding all who stand in its path that the line between creator and destroyer is thinner than they dare to imagine. As the dust settles and the behemoth's shadow begins to fade, a new reality takes shape. The echoes of its presence linger, forever altering the landscape of humanity's relationship with power, technology, and nature. The stage is set for what comes next, a continuum of stories that intertwine with the fate of the behemoth, where the question remains, what happens when humanity confronts its own monstrosity? The air crackles with anticipation, leaving the reader breathless, yearning to turn the page into the next unfolding mystery. In the midnight silence of the ancient world, under a sky blanketed in stars, a gigantic creature stirred. Its vast form, cloaked in shadow, trembled as it moved through the dense underbrush. Legends whispered of its size, its immense strength, and the lingering fear it inspired. This was the behemoth, a beast of myth and reality, embodying the raw power of nature itself. Its presence was a harbinger of both awe and terror, a symbol of the untamed wilds that humanity could not fully understand or control. In the annals of history, the behemoth first emerged in the sacred texts of the Hebrew Bible, where it was described as a powerful creature that roamed the land, its strength unmatched, a creature that could consume the very earth beneath its feet. But this early depiction was just the beginning. The behemoth evolved, shifting through the ages like a shadow, adapting to the fears and imaginations of those who spoke its name. In ancient Mesopotamia, it was likened to the great Tiamat, a primordial chaos monster whose physical embodiment was the tumultuous forces of nature. The behemoth became a metaphor for the uncontrollable, the chaotic forces that humanity grappled with as civilization began to rise. As empires grew, so did the behemoth's legend. The Greeks spun tales of monstrous creatures, and in their mythology, they birthed beings like the Titan Atlas, burdened with the weight of the heavens, an echo of the behemoth's own colossal strength. The Romans, with their penchant for grand tales, depicted the behemoth as a creature roaming the vast, wild frontiers of their empire, a symbol of the unknown that lurked beyond the borders of civilization. They painted frescoes and crafted sculptures, giving form to their fears, immortalizing the beast in art that still captures the imagination to this day. In the forests of ancient Europe, the behemoth transformed yet again. Celtic tribes spoke of giant creatures, their stories entwined with the very fabric of their lands. These tales echoed through the windswept hills and dark woods, where ancient spirits and behemoths roamed. The tales were not just about a creature, but about the struggle between humanity and the vastness of nature. The behemoth personified the struggle to coexist with the wild, a reminder that the untamed forces of the earth would not be easily subdued. As the Middle Ages dawned, the behemoth found new life in the minds of a superstitious society. The beast became a symbol of chaos that threatened the burgeoning order of the world. Scholars and theologians debated the meaning of the creature, intertwining it with biblical prophecies and the fear of the unknown. The behemoth evolved into a representation of sin and moral decay, a shadow over the medieval psyche. Artisans carved grotesque representations of the beast onto cathedral walls, warning of the dangers of straying from the righteous path. But even as the Dark Ages dwindled, the behemoth would not be forgotten. The Renaissance brought renewed interest in the natural world and its wonders. Artists and scientists alike began to investigate the mysteries of life, and the behemoth subtly shifted from being a creature of dread to one of fascination. Scientists like Leonardo da Vinci sketched the anatomy of enormous creatures, perhaps seeing the behemoth as a metaphor for the untapped potential of human understanding. The Renaissance was a time of awakening, where the monstrous became a source of inspiration rather than fear. With the Age of Enlightenment came a new interpretation of the behemoth. No longer just a creature of myth, it became a symbol of the human struggle for knowledge and control over nature. As explorers ventured into the uncharted territories of the earth, they began to encounter real giants, dinosaurs, colossal whales, and the mighty elephants of distant lands. The behemoth morphed once more, embodying the natural wonders that mankind sought to understand and tame. Natural history museums began to display fossils and models, bridging the gap between myth and reality. The line between the behemoth as a creature of legend and the great beasts of the earth began to blur. The Industrial Revolution loomed on the horizon, and the behemoth's evolution took an even more striking turn. As smoke filled the air and factories erupted across the landscape, the creature became a symbol of the power of industry, the behemoth of machinery. The iron giants that churned and groaned, belching smoke into the skies, mirrored the ancient monster in their sheer scale and might. This new behemoth was not just a beast of the wild. It was the embodiment of human ambition, pushing the boundaries of what was possible while igniting fears of destruction and environmental ruin. As time marched on into the 20th century, the behemoth continued to evolve, now transformed into a creature of the silver screen. Movies brought the beast to life in ways that captivated audiences worldwide. The terrifying roars of King Kong and the might of Godzilla reimagined the behemoth as a misunderstood creature, a victim of humanity's relentless quest for power. These films echoed the whispers of ancient legends, reminding viewers that the greatest monsters often come from the very hands that sought to control them. In the modern era, the behemoth resonates on new levels. With the advent of technology and the rise of climate change, the creature has become a symbol for the planet itself, a living world threatened by humanity's own actions. The behemoth is no longer just a creature of the past. It is transformed into a warning, a reminder that the power of nature is both magnificent and terrifying. As wildfires rage, floods sweep through cities, and storms grow fiercer, the echoes of the behemoth's roar reverberate in the hearts of those who witness the destruction. And so, the behemoth marches on, its evolution reflecting the fears, hopes, and dreams of humanity through the ages. From ancient tales of strength and chaos to modern interpretations that blend myth with reality, it remains a powerful symbol. The creature is a mirror, reflecting back to us the depths of our own nature, the vast expanse of the unknown, and the ever-present tension between man's ambition and the wild world that surrounds us. The behemoth, in all its forms, serves as a reminder that while we may try to tame the wild, its essence will always linger, an eternal force beyond our control, waiting to be unleashed once more. The air crackled with tension as the crowd gathered, a sea of faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions: hope, anger, confusion, and fervor. A massive figure loomed over the gathering, a symbol carved from the very essence of fear and awe. This was not a creature of myth or legend, but a representation of a beast that had gripped societies throughout history, a behemoth of political discourse. The whispers of the past echoed through the voices of the present, threading stories of power, control, and the relentless struggle for identity that transcended time. In the ancient texts, the behemoth was a creature of immense strength, an embodiment of chaos and domination. It represented the overwhelming might of authority, a force that could crush the weak and bend the will of the masses. As the crowd shifted nervously, these legends morphed into a metaphor for the political struggles of their day. The behemoth was not just a monster from tales long gone. It was alive, breathing in the fabric of their society, transforming every decision, every law, into a testament of its existence. The behemoth had its roots in the stories from ancient civilizations. The Egyptians spoke of it in hushed tones, warning against the tyranny of power that could arise when one entity grew too large, too influential. The Greeks, too, had woven it into their myths, depicting it as a harbinger of destruction and a reflection of humanity's darkest desires. But in the modern age, the metaphor of the behemoth had taken on new forms. Political parties, governments, and global corporations, all rising to towering heights, dominating the landscape of everyday life. Every time a politician stood at a podium, preaching the gospel of change, the behemoth stirred. Its presence was palpable, lurking behind every promise and proclamation, ready to pounce on the naive and unsuspecting. Promises of hope and progress often masked a more sinister agenda, power struggles that could unravel the very fabric of society. The illusion of choice danced like a flickering candle, and beneath its glow lay the ever-watchful eyes of the behemoth, ready to extinguish any light that dared challenge its supremacy. As the speakers passionately rallied the crowd, the tension built like a storm. Their words flowed like a river, powerful and persuasive, but beneath the surface, the currents of dread and apprehension gnawed at the edges of their collective consciousness. Each chant, each cheer, felt like a heartbeat echoing against the chest of the behemoth, a creature that thrived on the energy of its followers. Yet, for every cheer, there was a whisper of dissent, a fear of what the behemoth could do if unchecked. Consider the Industrial Revolution, a time when the behemoth transformed from a mythical creature into the very machinery of society. Factories rose like titans, devouring the labor of the masses while spitting out smoke and despair. Workers toiled in the shadows, their sweat fueling the engine of progress that seemed unstoppable. Yet, was this progress or merely a different shade of the behemoth's tyranny? The very same forces that promised prosperity also shackled the workers to an unrelenting grind, echoing the age-old warning that power, if left unchecked, would consume everything in its path. Fast forward to the digital age, and the behemoth evolved once more. Social media platforms towered over individuals, shaping thoughts and opinions in ways unseen before. Politicians and influencers wielded their power like puppeteers, pulling the strings with calculated precision. The behemoth became a digital entity, feeding on the allure of connection while simultaneously isolating individuals in echo chambers. Every tweet, every post, had the potential to inspire revolts or crush dissent, revealing the delicate balance of power held by this modern beast. The crowd became restless, the air thick with unease as the speakers continued to rally their voices in defiance of the behemoth. Yet, amidst the fervor, many felt a creeping doubt. Were they truly fighting for change, or were they simply another cog in the machine? As they raised their voices higher, the shadows of the behemoth loomed ever larger, threatening to engulf them in its insatiable hunger for control. History was a relentless teacher, reminding all who would listen of the consequences when the behemoth was allowed to grow unchecked. From the rise of totalitarian regimes to the whispered fears of oligarchs pulling the strings behind the curtain, the lessons were etched into the annals of time. Every revolution that sought to slay the monster often found itself replicating the very horrors it aimed to eradicate. The cycle seemed eternal, a dance of power where the behemoth always found a way to return, morphing into something even more formidable. As the rally reached a fever pitch, cries of revolution echoed through the air, but they were tinged with uncertainty. The behemoth was not merely an adversary. It was a reflection of humanity's own desires, fears, and failures. The very act of resistance became a part of its narrative, feeding its existence as much as it threatened to consume the very souls that dared to rise against it. The night wore on, and as the flames of hope flickered against the shadows, the crowd found themselves at a precipice. Their voices rang out, but the question lingered in the air like a ghost. Could they truly slay the behemoth, or were they destined to become another chapter in its unending story? As the final words were spoken and the crowd dispersed into the darkness, the behemoth lingered, a reminder that it was neither the victor nor the vanquished. It simply existed, a haunting echo of the struggle for power that played out in every heart, in every pursuit of freedom, and in every whisper of defiance. In a dimly lit cafe tucked away on a whispering street, a group of writers huddled over their steaming mugs, their eyes glimmering with the spark of creation. Each one was wrestling with the same beast, the behemoth. This wasn't just a creature of old legends but a metaphor, a symbol of the weight of past conflicts, unspoken histories, and the struggles of a world that often feels too large to carry. As they shared their tales, their hearts raced with the thrill of unearthing fresh perspectives, desperately attempting to capture the essence of this overwhelming force. One writer, a young woman with ink-stained fingers, spoke of an ancient city that once stood proud but now lay in ruins, its stones whispering stories of glory and despair. The behemoth of history had consumed it, leaving behind only echoes. She painted the scene vividly, sunlight filtering through the cracked archways, illuminating fragments of faded murals depicting a long-lost civilization. Her voice trembled with each word, revealing how the ghosts of the past still haunted the present. People listened, entranced, as she wove a narrative that seemed to breathe, pulling them into the very heart of her imagined world. Across the table, an older man with a weary gaze shared his own vision. He spoke of a small village, once vibrant and alive, but now shrouded in the shadows of war. The behemoth lingered there too, an ever-present reminder of loss. As he recounted the stories of families torn apart, of laughter turned to tears, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The weight of collective trauma hung heavy in the air, palpable and suffocating. His voice cracked as he described a mother searching for her child amid the rubble, her cries piercing the stillness like a knife. Listeners exchanged glances, their hearts racing, a mix of sorrow and anger simmering beneath the surface. Then, a newcomer with a fire in her eyes jumped in. She told of a world where the behemoth had taken on a different form, cloaked in the guise of progress and technology, devouring the very essence of humanity. Her words flowed like a river, fast and relentless, painting a picture of a society drowning in screens and solitude. The characters she crafted were fragmented souls, struggling to reconnect amidst the noise. As she spoke, laughter and tears intermingled in the cafe, creating a haunting symphony of human experience. Her passion was infectious, and others leaned forward, eager to catch every word, feeling the pulse of something larger than themselves. Slowly, the conversations began to swirl, blending different perspectives, like colors on an artist's palette. Each writer brought forth their battles with the behemoth, revealing how it shaped their lives and the lives of those around them. A shared vulnerability bridged the gaps between them. They spoke of love lost to war, dreams crushed beneath the weight of expectations, and the silent screams of those overlooked by history. The cafe's walls seemed to close in, amplifying the intensity of their voices, as if the very spirit of creativity had come alive and was listening intently. One voice rose above the rest, a powerful declaration that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The behemoth isn't just an enemy, it's a challenge. It forces us to confront our truths, to dig deep into the soil of our experiences and find something worth sharing. The words hung in the air, a call to arms for every writer present. The realization dawned upon them like a sunrise after a long night. Their stories were not mere reflections of fear and loss, but potential beacons of hope. As night deepened, a sense of urgency filled the cafe. Each writer grappled with the behemoth in their own way, transforming their pain into art. Tension crackled like static electricity, igniting a fire within them. With each passing moment, the need to write, to express, to scream against the silence grew stronger. The time for hesitation had passed. It was time to unleash the behemoth, to let it roam free on the pages of their lives. They scribbled furiously, pens dancing across parchment in a frenzy of creativity. Words flowed like blood from an open wound, raw, unfiltered, and beautiful in their honesty. The stories began to take shape, intertwining like vines, some dark and twisted, others vibrant and alive. Each voice added layers, textures, glimpses of a broader tapestry that highlighted the complexities of existence. They whispered secrets to each other, trading lines of poetry and fragments of prose, knowing that each contribution mattered, that each perspective was a thread in the larger narrative they wove together. Outside, the world continued its relentless march, unaware of the storm brewing within the cafe. The streets were alive with the sounds of laughter, the honking of cars, and the distant echo of life going on. But inside, a different kind of life pulsed. The behemoth had been awakened, its presence palpable and demanding attention. Each writer knew that their work could touch lives, that their words, however small, might resonate with someone searching for meaning in the chaos. With a sudden whoosh, the door swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, carrying with it the chill of the night and the scent of impending rain. The writers paused, their thoughts momentarily scattered, but then, one by one, they returned to their pages. There were no distractions now, only the sound of pens scratching against paper, the fierce intensity of creation filling the space like an electric charge. They were swept away by the tide of inspiration, unearthing stories that had been buried for far too long. As the clock ticked on, the cafe became a sanctuary, a haven for the behemoth to roam wild and free. Each writer, armed with their own truths and unique perspectives, wielded their pens like swords, carving paths through the darkness. The atmosphere was charged with possibility, each heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of creation. They were no longer battling the behemoth alone. They had become a collective voice, ready to challenge the shadows of history and illuminate the way for others. The night stretched on, and so did their words, spilling into the world beyond, waiting to be heard. A colossal shadow loomed over the landscape, stirring the very air with an unearthly presence. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the beast, its scales glinting like armor under the sun. This wasn't just any creature. It was a behemoth, an embodiment of raw power and primal fear, and it was on the move. In video games, such titanic figures have fascinated players, drawing them into epic narratives filled with emotion and tension, where the line between hero and monster blurs. In ancient texts, the behemoth is described as a creature of staggering size, often linked to chaos and untamed nature. Its image has shifted through the ages, but one constant remains. It captures the human imagination. Video games took this age-old legend and transformed it into something interactive, allowing players to confront their fears and desires. The behemoth is no longer just a passive figure. It embodies the challenges each player faces, the trials that bring both triumph and despair. Take, for instance, the moment a player first encounters one of these monstrous beings. The screen shakes, the controller vibrates, and a sense of impending doom settles in the pit of the stomach. This isn't just a boss battle. It's a clash of wills, an emotional confrontation that echoes the struggles of life itself. As the behemoth roars, the sound reverberates through the room, resonating with the heartbeat of the player. It's a moment that captures fear, courage, and the thrill of the unknown. The behemoth often serves as a mirror, reflecting the player's inner turmoil. It stands as a challenge that must be faced, much like the obstacles we encounter in our own lives. Its enormous form can symbolize the weight of expectations, the burden of responsibility, or the chaos of emotions. Players find themselves drawn into this battle, not merely for victory but for a deeper understanding of their own fears and limitations. As they strategize, dodge massive attacks, and muster every ounce of courage, they confront not just the behemoth, but the very essence of their being. Historically, the behemoth has appeared in various cultures, often representing the untamed forces of nature. In Mesopotamian mythology, it was seen as a guardian of the earth, a creature of enormous strength and wisdom. This ancient symbol has been reimagined in modern gaming, where it becomes both a foe and a source of inspiration. Players are reminded that nature, while beautiful, can also be terrifying. The Behemoth urges them to respect the world around them, a reminder of humanity's fragile place within it. As the battle progresses, tension mounts. The air hangs thick with the remnants of fear and adrenaline, each moment stretching out like an eternity. Players can almost feel their heartbeats echoing in rhythm with the Behemoth's thunderous footsteps. Every swing of the weapon, every spell cast, carries the weight of desperation. The stakes are high as the Behemoth unleashes its fury, an orchestra of chaos that fills the screen with vivid colors and deafening sounds. In these moments, players experience a rush of emotions: fear, excitement, determination. The narrative woven into the gameplay pulls them deeper, creating a connection to the Behemoth that transcends the screen. Players come to understand that this creature isn't merely an enemy. It represents the challenges they face every day, the struggles they must overcome. As they fight, they evolve not just as players, but as individuals finding strength in vulnerability. Consider the unforgettable moments when the Behemoth falls. The screen blurs with the bright colors of victory, and a sense of elation washes over the player. But even in triumph, there lingers a bittersweet taste. Was it truly a victory, or merely a momentary reprieve? The Behemoth, once a fearsome foe, becomes a poignant reminder of the constant battles fought both in-game and in life. Players often pause after the dust settles, reflecting on the sheer magnitude of what they've just faced. They might feel an unsettling mix of triumph and melancholy, an acknowledgement that the Behemoth will always return in some form. Just as life brings new challenges, the game promises more epic encounters ahead. This cyclical nature of conflict and resolution grips players tightly, leaving them craving the next encounter, the next lesson. The Behemoth in video games thus becomes more than just a creature. It is an experience, a complex journey of emotions that echoes in players long after they set down the controller. It becomes a story shared among those who dare to face it, bonding them through the shared experience of fear and triumph. These monstrous beings stand as reminders of the strength found in unity and the courage born from facing the unknown. As players navigate these tumultuous encounters, they find themselves bound to the narrative unfolding before them. The Behemoth, with its breathtaking design and destructive power, leaves a lasting impression on the landscape of their minds. It becomes a touchstone for reflection, a catalyst for growth that pushes them to embrace their fears, encouraging them to step beyond the safety of their comfort zones. With every roar and every clash, the Behemoth beckons players deeper into its tale. The screen fades into the next chapter, shadows looming once more, leaving hearts racing and minds tinged with anticipation. What waits beyond the next turn? What new challenges will arise? Will the lessons learned from the Behemoth guide them in their next encounters? The questions linger as the cycle of struggle and growth continues, an endless loop of confrontation and understanding that defines the very essence of the gaming experience. In a dimly lit chamber, the air carries a heavy silence, thick with anticipation. A lone figure stands before a tapestry, its threads weaving stories of might and mystery. The tapestry depicts a colossal beast, its scales glistening like armor under the flickering candles. The Behemoth, a creature born from ancient texts, myth, and imagination. As the figure traces the outline of the beast with trembling fingers, a shiver runs down their spine, an echo of centuries past. The Behemoth is not merely a monster. It is a legacy, a symbol of humanity's deepest fears and aspirations. Legends of the Behemoth stretch back to the pages of the Bible, where it is described as a creature so immense that its very existence challenges the boundaries of belief. The Book of Job paints a vivid picture, portraying the Behemoth as a guardian of the earth, a creature whose strength is matched only by its mysterious nature. For thousands of years, this imagery has infiltrated the minds and hearts of countless generations, shaping cultures and igniting imaginations. Across the lands, in distant villages and bustling cities, the Behemoth has been transformed into folklore, each telling colored by local culture and belief. In Eastern Europe, tales burgeon with layers of complexity, where the behemoth becomes a figure of both dread and reverence. Peasants would gather around flickering fires, sharing stories of brave souls who dared to challenge its might. The beast evolved into a cautionary tale, a reminder of nature's power and humanity's vulnerability. In the heart of Africa, the behemoth took on a different form, merging with local myths to become a spirit of the river. Here, villagers would honor the great beast with elaborate rituals, believing it to be a protector of both the land and their way of life. As drums echoed through the night, they would chant ancient praises, invoking the behemoth to bless their harvests and safeguard their families. The beast was no longer just a creature of fear. It became a source of hope, a bridge between the earthly realm and the spiritual. In Asia, the behemoth mutated once again, finding its way into the folds of Buddhist teachings. Monks spoke of the beast as a metaphor for the overwhelming forces of existence. They taught that confronting the behemoth was essential for personal growth, that one must face their fears, their trials, in order to achieve enlightenment. The beast transformed from a physical entity into a symbol of inner turmoil, a reflection of the struggles that every person must navigate. In the New World, the behemoth's legacy continued to evolve. Indigenous tribes spoke of a creature that roamed the mountains, a guardian of the earth's secrets. To them, the behemoth was not merely a monster. It was a vital part of their history, a reminder of their connection to the land. Through songs and dances, they honored this great being, ensuring that its spirit would live on through their stories and traditions. As centuries turned, the behemoth's presence seeped into the realm of art and literature, igniting creativity in ways that echoed through time. From the brushstrokes of painters who sought to capture its majesty to the quills of poets who immortalized its essence, the behemoth became a muse for countless artists. The creature's monumental form inspired grand sculptures and breathtaking murals, each rendition a testament to the beast's enduring grip on the human imagination. In the Age of Enlightenment, the behemoth transformed yet again, becoming a subject of scientific inquiry. Scholars debated its existence as they sought to explain the natural world. Was it a dinosaur? A massive whale? As they pored over fossils and ancient texts, the behemoth embodied the intersection of myth and science, a living testament to humanity's quest for understanding. The very act of questioning its existence sparked a fire of curiosity, leading to discoveries that reshaped the world. Meanwhile, in the shadows of great cities, the behemoth found its way into the fears of the urban dweller. As the world modernized, the beast morphed into a symbol of technological monsters, pollution, war, and societal decay. It became a reflection of the inner beast within humanity, a manifestation of the chaos that lurked just beneath the surface. No longer just a creature of ancient times, the behemoth now haunted the dreams of city dwellers, its shadow looming large over their lives. In contemporary culture, the behemoth's influence reverberates through films, novels, and games, captivating a new generation. The colossal creature appears in epic tales of fantasy, becoming a hero or a villain, depending on the narrative. It is in these stories that the behemoth's legacy is reimagined, becoming a powerful metaphor for the struggles and triumphs of modern life. Yet, beneath this surface of entertainment lies a deeper connection, a reminder of the beast's roots in human experience. The behemoth continues to resonate, teaching lessons of resilience, strength, and the importance of confronting one's fears. As people gather in theaters, their hearts race at the sight of the towering creature, a collective catharsis that binds them together. Even in the realm of social movements, the behemoth looms large. Activists rally under its banner, using the image of the great beast to symbolize the fight against oppression and injustice. It becomes an emblem of strength, unity, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to challenge the status quo. The behemoth's legacy morphs yet again, not just as a creature of myth, but as a powerful symbol of hope and change. As the figure in the dimly lit chamber steps back from the tapestry, the stories surrounding the behemoth swirl like smoke in their mind. Each thread tells a tale of fear and love, strength and vulnerability, connecting the past to the present. The legacy of the behemoth is alive, pulsating with energy, demanding to be felt, understood, and shared. In its presence, one cannot help but feel a surge of emotions, an awe that spans generations, an echo of the beast's roar that can still be heard today. As the candles flicker, a sense of urgency fills the air, a call to remember, to honor, and to confront the behemoth that resides in all of us. A monstrous shadow loomed over the earth, a hulking figure that stirred restlessly amid the chaos. It was a behemoth not of flesh and bone, but of smoke and greed. Its breath was the burning of fossil fuels, its voice the shrill cries of creatures losing their homes. As it shifted, the ground trembled. Forests whispered desperate prayers as they were swallowed whole, oceans roared in fury, and the skies grew thick with ash. The world watched in horror, torn between fascination and dread. In the early 19th century, a quiet revolution brewed. Humanity was on the brink of an industrial age that promised to reshape its existence. Factories belched out clouds of soot, heralding a new era of progress. Yet, in that moment of triumph, those at the helm of society failed to see the seeds of destruction they were planting. The behemoth was awakening, fed by the insatiable hunger of progress. The tales of prosperity came hand in hand with the cries of the earth, and so began the relentless clash between ambition and nature. As cities expanded, so did the behemoth's grasp. The lush valleys and rolling hills that once cradled life were paved over, transformed into sprawling metropolises buzzing with activity. The icy embrace of glaciers melted into the seas, a silent testimony to the fury of mankind's ambition. The earth, once a sanctuary, now bore the weight of a great burden, as if it were a weary parent watching its children tread dangerously close to a cliff. Among those who bore witness to this transformation was a young boy named Samuel. He often wandered the outskirts of his industrial town, where the air was thick and the sun seemed a distant memory. His heart raced with both wonder and fear as he observed the behemoth's reign, feeling the pull of two worlds, a once vibrant nature and the stark progress that crushed it underfoot. The steel and concrete towers around him glimmered with promise, yet he felt the earth's pulse weakening beneath them. One day, while exploring a forgotten glen near his home, Samuel stumbled upon a dying tree, its bark charred and cracked. He knelt beside it, his small hands brushing against the rough surface. A shiver of loss coursed through him, a connection to something greater than himself, the heart of the earth slowly breaking. As he sat there, tears welled in his eyes. He knew that this was not just a tree. It was a memory of a world that was slipping away. With each passing year, the behemoth grew bolder, fueled by the clamor of industry and the relentless pursuit of profit. The warnings of scientists echoed in political chambers and parliaments, but their voices were drowned out by the clanging of machinery and the frenzied dance of stock prices. The seasons began to shift erratically. Winters turned tepid, summers scorched with unrelenting heat. It was as if the behemoth was mocking those who dared to challenge its might, as storms ravaged coastlines and wildfires consumed the forests. And then, one fateful summer, the sky darkened in an instant. A storm unlike any other gathered strength, a swirling vortex of chaos fueled by the very forces humanity had unleashed. Samuel watched from his window as the winds howled like wild beasts, tearing apart the fabric of life outside. The behemoth roared in triumph, and he felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. Would this be the day that would tip the balance, the moment when the earth would finally rage against its oppressors? As the rain fell, it was not just water. It was the grief of the planet, pouring down in torrents. Rivers swelled, carrying debris and despair, sweeping away homes, dreams, and lives. In that moment, Samuel understood that the behemoth, while a manifestation of human endeavor, was also a reflection of their fears and choices. It was not just an entity to conquer, but a beast born of their own making, a tragic reminder of the delicate balance they had shattered. In the wake of the storm, the devastation was palpable. Communities banded together, their faces painted with shock, sorrow, and determination. They witnessed the rising waters, the insatiable hunger of the behemoth, and they knew they could no longer stand idly by. Samuel, now a young man, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He joined his neighbors in the recovery efforts, fueled by a fire ignited by loss, a resolve to fight against the behemoth's destructive path. People began to gather, sharing stories of what once thrived and what could still be saved. They planted trees, cleaned rivers, and spoke of a future where humanity could coexist with nature rather than conquer it. Samuel found hope in their unity, their resilience a flickering flame against the overwhelming darkness. With every small action, they weakened the chains of the behemoth, offering a glimmer of light amid the shadows. Yet the struggle was not without fear. Each day brought new challenges, reminders of the behemoth's might. News of wildfires, rising sea levels, and species extinction flashed across screens, a constant reminder that the battle was far from over. The world teetered on the brink, and Samuel often lay awake at night, haunted by the magnitude of what lay ahead. Was there enough time to turn the tide? Would their efforts be enough to quell the wrath of an ancient beast that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day? The behemoth loomed large, its eyes locked on humanity's next move. The echoes of history whispered around Samuel, tales of civilizations that had risen and fallen in the face of nature's fury. The lessons were etched in stone, yet humanity seemed destined to repeat its mistakes. In those quiet moments of reflection, he felt the weight of time pressing against him, urging him to act, to rally others, to harness their collective fear and transform it into something powerful, something that could rival the behemoth itself. As the years unfolded, the climate crisis became more than just an allegory. It was a battle for survival, a struggle for the very essence of life on Earth. Samuel and those like him forged ahead, bound by a shared vision of a world where the behemoth could be tamed, not defeated. They understood that the true power lay not in the destruction of the creature but in the evolution of humanity itself, a metamorphosis from adversary to ally, from chaos to harmony. With every passing storm, every whisper of the wind, the behemoth raged on, but so too did the spirit of resistance rise. Together, they nurtured the seeds of hope, sowing a future that would nourish both the earth and its people. Amidst the turmoil and uncertainty, a new dawn beckoned, a chance for redemption, for understanding, and for a life in balance. The story was still being written, and Samuel felt its pulse quickening, an invitation to participate in a narrative that could change everything. The behemoth, though fearsome, was not the end. It was merely a chapter in a tale that had yet to unfold. The night was as dark as the uncertainty that loomed over the scientific community. In a modest conference hall, filled with the sharp scent of old paper and the faint hum of whispering voices, a tension hung in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. A single flickering light bulb buzzed overhead as some of the greatest minds gathered, each one wrestling with the implications of a discovery that had sent shockwaves through the world of science. A new theory had emerged, one that challenged everything they thought they knew. Among them was Dr. Lydia Hawthorne, a physicist with a reputation for her chillingly accurate predictions. She stood at the front, her heart racing, as she prepared to share her findings. The room was filled with faces, some eager, others skeptical, each one reflecting a different shade of emotion. The murmurs grew louder, fueled by a mix of excitement and dread. Would they embrace this new idea, or would they tear it apart? "Ladies and gentlemen," Lydia began, her voice steady yet trembling with the weight of her words. "What if I told you that what we know about the universe is only a sliver of the truth?" The room fell silent, the air crackling with anticipation. She felt the eyes of her peers piercing through her, searching for flaws, for weaknesses. In the back, a renowned theorist, Professor Alden Crest, crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. The debate began like a gentle breeze, but soon it roared into a tempest. Lydia laid out her theory, backed by data and years of meticulous research. But as she spoke, hints of doubt surfaced like dark clouds on the horizon. Questions flew around the room, sharp and accusatory. "How can we trust these findings?" one voice challenged. "Hasn't history shown us that groundbreaking theories often crumble under scrutiny?" The tension was palpable. Lydia's heart raced, each question a dagger aimed at her foundation. In another corner of the hall, a group of younger scientists leaned in, their faces lit with a mix of admiration and disbelief. They were the future of science, yet they were caught in the whirlwind of skepticism that surrounded their mentors. "What if she's right?" one whispered, eyes wide. "Imagine the possibilities." But the older generation was not so easily swayed. They had seen many theories rise and fall, and they weren't prepared to let excitement cloud their judgment. As Lydia defended her ideas, the debate morphed into a fierce battle. Professor Crest stood to speak, his voice dripping with disdain. "This is nothing but a fantasy. Science requires proof, not speculation." The room erupted in a cacophony of voices, each scientist passionately clutching their beliefs. Some supported Lydia, driven by the thrill of advancement, while others clung to their sacred doctrines like lifeboats in a stormy sea. The flickering bulb overhead struggled to stay lit, mirroring the flickering hopes of those who dared to believe. Scientists leaned in closer, their debates escalating into heated arguments. "You're clinging to the past," Lydia shot back at Crest, her voice rising. "You fear progress." The two locked eyes, a battle of wills unfolding, neither willing to back down. Outside, the world continued unaware. Busy streets, traffic lights, and the hum of life marched on. But within those four walls, time felt suspended. The clock ticked loudly, each second echoing like the heartbeat of a universe caught between what was known and what could be. Scientists were grappling not just with numbers and theories, but with the very essence of discovery itself. Voices rose and fell like waves crashing against a shore, and for a moment, the room felt like it was teetering on the brink of chaos. Then, just when it seemed the debate would never end, a soft voice cut through. It was Dr. Mei Chun, a philosopher of science known for her gentle wisdom. "What if we're not meant to have all the answers? What if uncertainty is part of the journey?" Her words settled over the crowd like a blanket, forcing them to pause and reflect. The intensity of the debate subsided, and for a moment, a flicker of understanding passed through the room. The reality of their shared pursuit dawned on them. The endless quest for knowledge, the sacrifices, the doubts, the triumphs. But that flicker was short-lived. The skepticism returned, more potent than before. "But uncertainty breeds chaos," Crest thundered, his passion igniting a fire in the hearts of those around him. "If we accept everything without questioning, we risk losing the very foundation of science." His words were like a rallying cry, igniting the doubts buried in the minds of even the most progressive thinkers. The tension thickened, and the room felt electric. Lydia could feel it in her bones. This was more than just a debate. It was a clash of ideologies. What did it mean to be a scientist? To chase after truth, no matter how elusive, or to cling to what was known, to build walls against the unknown? As the discussion spiraled, Lydia's emotions churned within her. Frustration, fear, and the thrill of possibility battled for dominance in her heart. She realized that this wasn't just her fight. It was a collective struggle, a dance of intellect and intuition, where each person's fears and hopes intertwined, creating a web of tension that held them all captive. And then, just as the room seemed poised on the brink of implosion, a thought surged forth, a quiet, unyielding truth that whispered through the chaos. The future of science depended on this moment. The only way forward was to challenge the very essence of their beliefs, to question everything they thought they knew. In that instant, the flickering light bulb above them glowed brighter, illuminating the faces of the scientists. The energy shifted, and for the first time, there was a sense of unity amidst the discord. They were not just individuals fighting for validation. They were a community bound by the desire to seek truth, no matter the cost. A wave of understanding washed over the audience, sparking a realization that this debate, with all its fervor and skepticism, was a vital part of their journey. As the discussions continued, the once sharp lines between doubt and belief began to blur, creating a tapestry of ideas, fears, and hopes that bound them together, ready to push the boundaries of knowledge further than ever before. The night was far from over, and like the flickering bulb that struggled to maintain its light, the scientists braced for the challenges ahead, knowing that the answers they sought might just be waiting beyond the horizon of their understanding. A thunderous roar echoed through the ages, reverberating off the walls of history, as the Behemoth, that monstrous emblem of chaos and power, stirred in the shadows of existence. The sheer size of it, as described in ancient texts, was enough to make even the bravest souls tremble. But it wasn't just its physicality that struck fear. It was what it symbolized, a reflection of the existential dread that loomed over humanity like a dark cloud, waiting to unleash a downpour of ethical dilemmas. As observers gazed upon the Behemoth, they contemplated their own existence in its colossal presence. Each thinker, from the depths of ancient philosophy to modern existential musings, faced the same chilling question. What does it mean to be human in a world filled with such monstrous potential for destruction? Was there a guidebook etched in the stars? Or were they all simply fumbling through the dark, hoping to grasp something solid amid the swirling chaos? The Behemoth stood not just as a physical entity but as a metaphor for the overwhelming forces of nature, society, and the human psyche itself. In ancient Jewish texts, it represented the chaotic forces of creation, the raw power that could lead to both destruction and rebirth. It was a silent witness to humanity's struggles, echoing the sentiments of ancient philosophers like Socrates and Plato, who pondered the essence of good and evil in a world that often blurred those lines. The Behemoth's very existence raised unsettling questions. Are we the architects of our destiny, or mere pawns in a game orchestrated by forces beyond our control? The weight of these questions pressed down like the very mountains the Behemoth was said to traverse. Was it merely a creature of instinct, or did it possess the consciousness to choose? At times, it seemed almost human, reflecting the inner turmoil and moral conflicts that each person faced. Every act of kindness or cruelty in the world echoed back to the Behemoth's enormity, each choice a ripple across the vast waters of existence. The tension escalated during the Age of Enlightenment, when reason began to challenge the primordial chaos represented by the Behemoth. Thinkers like Kant and Nietzsche grappled with the implications of free will, morality, and the human condition. Was mankind destined to be devoured by its darker impulses, or could they rise above the chaos? Here, the Behemoth transformed into a constant reminder of the ethical labyrinth that lay ahead, each path illuminated by the flickering flame of human conscience, yet shadowed by the lurking threat of moral failure. As the Industrial Revolution dawned, the Behemoth mutated into a symbol of humanity's hubris. The factories belched smoke into the air, claiming dominion over nature, while the Behemoth's roar echoed in the hearts of those who toiled in the mines and mills. They bore witness to the monstrous consequences of unbridled ambition. In this relentless quest for progress, echoes of tragedy rang out, reminding them that with each step towards advancement came the risk of forsaking the very humanity that defined them. The tension mounted as the 20th century approached, a time marked by both technological triumphs and moral catastrophes. The world had seen 2 world wars, each a testament to the Behemoth's chilling power as humanity grappled with violence and destruction on an unimaginable scale. Philosophers like Camus and Sartre wrestled with the absurdity of existence in a universe that seemed indifferent, where the Behemoth loomed ever larger, a specter of despair looming over the human spirit. Yet, amid the chaos, there was an undeniable spark of resilience. Human beings, faced with the Behemoth's daunting presence, found ways to confront their fears and redefine their ethical landscapes. The civil rights movement and other social upheavals emerged, urging humanity to challenge the beast that threatened to consume their moral compass. Activists and thinkers alike rallied against the Behemoth of prejudice, inequality, and injustice, weaving a tapestry of hope amid the fabric of despair. The voices of those who dared to take a stand resonated through the ages, echoing the sentiments of ancient philosophers who sought truth in the chaos. These courageous individuals illuminated a path forward, igniting a flame of ethical consideration that flickered defiantly against the Behemoth's shadow. Each act of courage challenged the monstrous reality, serving as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, humanity could rise. The 21st century arrived, ushering in new technologies and complexities that added layers to the ethical considerations surrounding the Behemoth. Questions about artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and environmental destruction consumed thinkers around the globe. What happens when humanity plays God? With every advance came an unsettling realization. The behemoth was not just outside, but also within. It whispered in the hearts of those driven by ambition, urging them to question the very fabric of their existence. As the world grappled with the behemoth's implications, the narratives of hope and despair intertwined like branches of an ancient tree. The struggle for meaning continued. The quest for ethics became a collective endeavor. People sought to carve out a space where their values could flourish, where love, compassion, and understanding could stand against the behemoth's roar. Yet, the questions loomed ever larger. Could humanity confront its own monstrosity? Could they bear the weight of existence, the burden of choice, and the haunting specter of the behemoth? Each philosophical inquiry, each ethical dilemma, became a thread in the tapestry of human experience, weaving a narrative that never truly ended. The behemoth remained, a witness, a challenger, a mirror reflecting the deepest fears and aspirations of humanity. As the echoes of philosophical thought continued to resonate, it became clear that the struggle against the behemoth was not just a fight against chaos, but a journey towards understanding the very essence of what it means to be human. The roar of the behemoth lingered in the air, and with it, the relentless pursuit of truth and morality persisted, defining the contours of existence itself, and leaving humanity poised on the precipice of a new dawn, ready to confront whatever came next. A single note pierced the air, a haunting echo that sent shivers down spines and stirred hearts. It is said that music can transcend time, lifting the veil between past and present, binding generations in a shared tapestry of emotion. And at the center of this tapestry stands a colossal figure, known as the Behemoth, a force that has shaped the very essence of music, leaving an indelible mark on composers and genres alike. From the earliest chants in ancient temples to the raucous symphonies of modern orchestras, the Behemoth has manifested in various forms, each one breathing life into the notes that resonate in our souls. In the grand cathedrals of Europe, echoes of Gregorian chants filled the air, solemn and pure. Composers like Hildegard von Bingen and Giovanni Palestrina felt the weight of this monumental presence, channeling it into their sacred works. The Behemoth, a guiding spirit, urged them to reach higher and dig deeper, capturing the divine in melody. Their music became prayers, soaring to the heavens, weaving faith into sound. As centuries unfolded, the Behemoth morphed, taking on new faces and identities. The Baroque period emerged, and composers like Johann Sebastian Bach embraced this mighty force with open arms. His intricate fugues and grand oratorios were not mere compositions. They were monumental structures, intricate and layered, echoing the complexity of the Behemoth itself. With each cascading note, listeners could feel the pulse of the universe, an exhilarating rush of life and energy. The church choirs, uplifted by Bach's compositions, felt as if they were in dialogue with the very essence of creation. As the light of the classical era dawned, the Behemoth began to take on a more human character. Composers like Mozart and Haydn danced with this giant, intertwining elegance with raw emotion. The symphonic form became a battleground where joy clashed with sorrow. Mozart's Requiem captures the struggle powerfully. It's both a lament and a celebration. The Behemoth, alive and breathing, pushed these composers to explore the depths of human experience, leaving audiences awestruck. Each performance was a testament to resilience, a moment where fears and dreams collided, resonating in the hearts of many. Then came the Romantic era, a time of sweeping passions and unrestrained emotion. The Behemoth surged forward, a tempest of feelings, driving composers like Chopin and Liszt to express the unexpressible. With each stroke of the piano keys, the music ignited wild fires of emotion, echoing the storms within the human soul. Chopin's nocturnes whispered sweetly, yet within their delicate melodies lay the tumultuous struggle against despair. Liszt, on the other hand, harnessed the Behemoth's raw power, creating virtuosic works that left audiences breathless. The concert halls became sanctuaries where listeners experienced not just music, but the very essence of life itself. As the 20th century unfolded, the Behemoth transformed yet again, embracing innovation and breaking the boundaries of genre. The world was caught in upheaval, wars and revolutions stretching across continents. Jazz emerged, a vibrant expression of freedom and resilience, with legends like Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington dancing with the Behemoth in their own unique ways. In the smoky clubs of New Orleans, the Behemoth found its voice in improvisation, each note a testament to survival and joy amid chaos. The music became a bridge, connecting disparate cultures and experiences. It was the pulse of a generation, a heart that beat with unyielding strength, celebrating uniqueness while uniting voices. As rock and roll burst onto the scene, the Behemoth roared back with fierce intensity. Icons like Elvis Presley and the Beatles channeled its energy, electrifying audiences and changing the musical landscape forever. Each chord struck like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves through society. The Behemoth was no longer just a figure of reverence. It became a symbol of rebellion and hope. The music resonated with the youth, providing an anthem for change and a sanctuary for expression. Each lyric was a rallying cry, echoing through the streets, igniting the spirit of a generation eager to break free from the past. As the decades rolled on, the Behemoth continued to evolve, shaping genres like hip-hop and electronic music. Artists like Grandmaster Flash and Kraftwerk embraced its essence, weaving technology with rhythm to create new worlds. The Behemoth morphed into beats that pulsed through the streets, electrifying the air with a new kind of energy. Hip-hop emerged not just as a genre but as a powerful voice for the marginalized, telling stories that needed to be heard. Each artist became a storyteller, weaving their narratives into the fabric of the sound, drawing from the Behemoth's profound influence. In this ongoing evolution, the Behemoth remains a powerful force, echoing through time and space. Each note played, each lyric sung, captures a moment in history, a fragment of the collective human experience. It inspires new generations of musicians to reach for the impossible, reminding them of the beauty and pain inherent in existence. The Behemoth is a reflection of humanity itself, an ever-changing, multifaceted entity that embodies the struggle, the triumph, and the unyielding spirit of creation. As the music swells, it becomes clear that the Behemoth is not just a singular entity. It is a collective heartbeat that pulses through every genre, every composer, and every listener. It binds us, threads us together with invisible strings, making us feel, making us dream. The echoes of its influence reverberate through the ages, a reminder that music is not just art. It is life itself, forever entwined with our most profound emotions. And so the story of the Behemoth continues, each chapter richer than the last. As composers rise and fall, genres shift and transform. The notes linger in the air, a testament to a force that defies definition, yet defines us all. As the symphony plays on, the audience is left breathless, hearts racing, lost in the eternal dance between sound and silence, forever captivated by the Behemoth that lives on in every beat, every melody, every moment of music yet to come. In a small, forgotten village, far from the buzzing cities, whispers of an ancient creature circulated like shadows in the night. The Behemoth, a name that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls, haunted the dreams of those who dared to think too long about it. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, their eyes flickering with fear as they described a monstrous figure lurking in the depths of the surrounding woods. Stories told of its great size, its skin like the rough bark of an ancient tree, and its eyes, glowing embers in the dark night, watching, always watching. But what made the Behemoth truly terrifying wasn't its size or its fearsome appearance. It was the uncertainty that cloaked it. The creature was more than a mere monster. It was a symbol of the unknown, of the terror that lies beyond comprehension. In the stillness of the night, when the wind howled just right, one could almost hear the distant rumble of its approach, a reminder that something far more powerful than humanity lurked beyond the fragile veil of everyday life. Historical texts from long ago captured the essence of the Behemoth, often describing it as a creature of chaos amidst an orderly world. Ancient scholars debated its existence, their ink-stained fingers trembling as they inscribed tales of its ferocity. To them, it represented mankind's greatest fears, a force unbound by reason or morality. It was said that the behemoth fed on despair and confusion, growing stronger with every whispered tale that passed from one fearful mouth to another. In the heart of the night, when the moon hung low and heavy, a group of villagers gathered by the flickering firelight. They exchanged stories, each one more chilling than the last, pulling them deeper into a web of dread. The air thickened with tension, and shadows danced around them as they spoke of the night when the behemoth was said to have emerged from the mist. A mother had lost her child, a hunter had vanished, and a chilling roar echoed through the trees, shaking the very ground beneath them. Each tale intensified their fear, pushing them to the brink of despair. As the fire crackled, an uneasy silence fell over the group. Eyes darted nervously, and the laughter that once filled the air faded into a haunting stillness. In that moment, the villagers were no longer just sharing stories. They were weaving a collective nightmare. The behemoth's presence was not just in the tales, but in the very air they breathed. It was fear personified, a feeling that wrapped around their hearts like a vice, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. Historical accounts reveal that the behemoth has roots in ancient mythology, tracing back to texts like the Book of Job, where it was described as a formidable creature of the earth. These connections only added to the dread that enveloped the villagers. They could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, reminding them that they were part of a long line of fearful souls who had whispered the behemoth's name. In the quiet of the night, the wind howled, and in the distance, a deep rumble echoed, sending ice-cold fear racing down their spines. It was a sound that seemed to resonate from the very bowels of the earth. The villagers exchanged anxious glances, hearts pounding as adrenaline surged through them. They felt the primal instinct to flee, to escape this dark specter that crept ever closer. Yet they remained rooted in place, held captive by their own fear. As the night deepened, one villager, a young woman named Alara, felt the dread wash over her like a tide. She had always been drawn to the stories of the behemoth, yet tonight, the allure was replaced by a chilling sense of dread. The flickering firelight cast eerie shadows on her face, and she could almost feel the weight of the behemoth's gaze upon her. She shivered, not from the cold, but from the suffocating grip of fear. Alara's mind raced, replaying the tales she had heard all her life. The lost children, the brave hunters who never returned. What if the behemoth had come for them? What if it was no longer just a tale but a living nightmare? She could almost feel the ground tremble beneath her, the low growl of the creature reverberating through her very bones. The air thickened with tension as the villagers began to hear the sounds of the forest shifting around them. Branches cracked, and leaves rustled, creating a symphony of unease. Each noise felt amplified, echoing in their hearts like the frantic beat of a drum. The behemoth wasn't just a story anymore. It was an impending reality, creeping closer, bringing with it a suffocating darkness that threatened to envelop them whole. With each passing second, the shadows grew longer, and fear transformed into a palpable force, tightening around them. The stories that once entertained now felt like a curse, binding them to the fate of the behemoth. They realized that the creature thrived on their terror, feeding off the dread that filled the air. It was not just an enemy out there in the darkness. It was a reflection of their own hearts, vulnerable, frightened, and filled with uncertainty. In that moment, Alara crossed the threshold of fear, where the mind plays tricks and the heart races in irrational panic. She felt the weight of history behind her, the collective fear of generations whispering through the trees. The villagers sat in paralyzed silence, each one aware that the true horror lay not in the behemoth's size, but in the fear of the unknown that it represented. It was the darkness that came not just from outside, but from deep within. As the tension built, the fire flickered violently, casting grotesque shapes against the trees. The villagers huddled closer, instincts screaming for safety, but knowing there was nowhere to run. They were held captive not just by the fear of the behemoth, but by the very darkness within themselves. The true horror was not the creature lurking in the shadows, but the realization that it was no longer a creature at all. It was a manifestation of their own fears, relentlessly gnawing at the edges of their sanity. A sudden burst of movement in the trees sent a jolt through the group, breaking the fragile stillness. Eyes widened in terror as an overwhelming sense of dread filled the air. The behemoth was real, and it was coming for them. Each heartbeat sounded like a drum, pounding in rhythm with their fear, growing louder, echoing the primal terror that had been woven into the fabric of their existence. The villagers were no longer just storytellers. They were the subjects of their own horror, caught in a web of dread from which there seemed to be no escape. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit library, an ancient tome lay open, its pages yellowed and fragile. The air hummed with the weight of secrets long buried, and somewhere beyond the dusty shelves, a storm brewed, its thunder echoing the growls of something immense and powerful, something that lurked at the edges of human understanding. This was the Behemoth, a figure that danced on the line between myth and reality, a beast whose very name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to utter it. The Behemoth, described in the Book of Job, was no ordinary creature. It was a colossal entity, a land-dwelling giant that towered over mountains and rivers, its body a mass of strength and ferocity. But this wasn't merely a story. Throughout history, cultures have echoed these sentiments, weaving their own interpretations of the beast into their folklore. With each retelling, the Behemoth transformed, yet its essence remained unchanged, a symbol of untamed power and nature's indomitable will. In the tales of ancient Mesopotamia, the Behemoth took on a different guise. The Sumerians spoke of a creature named colossal, a monster born of chaos and water. It represented the fear of the untamed world, a reminder of what lay beyond the safety of civilization. The colossal was said to have the form of a giant fish, writhing in the primordial ooze from which life emerged. Could the Behemoth be an echo of this ancient fear? Could the stories of both creatures be intertwined, a testament to humanity's struggle against the chaos of nature? As the storm outside raged, the library felt alive with whispers. Across oceans and time, cultures spoke of monsters like the Behemoth, each taking pieces of the narrative, reshaping it to fit their own fears and dreams. The Hindu text spoke of Jatayu, a divine eagle, and Brahma, the creator god who battled great serpents, metaphors for the struggle against destruction and chaos. The Behemoth embodied this same struggle, a primal force that represented humanity's yearning to conquer the unknown, to find meaning in the darkness. Tales from the cold north brought forth the Fenrir wolf, a creature so great that even the gods feared it. Bound by chains, Fenrir awaited the day he would break free, bringing destruction upon the world. This echoed the themes of the Behemoth, a being of great strength that could either protect or destroy. The legends intertwine. The Behemoth was a warning of the dangers that lay in the uncharted territories of life, a reminder that within every powerful force lies the potential for chaos. As the echoes of ancient voices filled the air, the tension thickened like the heavy clouds outside. The Behemoth was not just a creature of terror, but a profound symbol of the Earth's raw power, its ability to give life and take it away. In the tales of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, the great water serpent known as Nika rose from the depths, embodying the waters that fed the land, yet also the floods that could drown entire villages. This duality, reflected in the Behemoth's existence, stirred a primal fear in the hearts of those who heard its name. The legends grew ever more complex. In the medieval bestiaries, the Behemoth was crafted into an allegory of sin and the consequences of humanity's pride. It was painted as a creature that devoured the wicked, a divine beast, devouring the unrighteous in a world where morality was constantly tested. The Behemoth's insatiable appetite became a metaphor for mankind's own greed, a chilling reminder of what could happen when one strayed too far from the path of virtue. In the realm of folklore, the Behemoth became a bridge between the known and the unknown. It was a creature that existed on the margins of human understanding, a living testament to the fears that haunt humanity. Its stories echoed through time, resonating with the pulse of civilizations that sought to tame the wild, to find a semblance of order in chaos. Each retelling revealed not just a monster but the human soul itself, wrestling with its own demons and aspirations. As the storm intensified, the wind howled like a chorus of lost souls, and the shadows danced more wildly. The behemoth stood at the intersection of creation and destruction, a figure that inspired awe and dread. It became a symbol in the stories of every culture, a reminder that some forces are beyond comprehension, that the natural world has a power that can both nurture and annihilate. Stories from Africa introduced the concept of Ahi, the primordial serpent, whose battles against the gods mirrored humanity's struggle with nature. The behemoth, in all its forms, was a reflection of these universal themes, the eternal dance between life and death, creation and destruction. It was a reminder that while humanity could build great civilizations, they were mere whispers against the roar of nature's fury. And just as the storm reached its crescendo, the library seemed to pulse with energy. The behemoth, that great and terrible beast, existed not just in the pages of history, but in the hearts of every person who ever gazed at the stormy sky, wondering what lay beyond the horizon. Its legacy was interwoven with the fabric of human existence, a timeless thread that connected each of us to the primal fears and hopes that drive us to understand our place in the universe. The thunder cracked, a low growl that seemed to acknowledge the truth woven into every tale of the behemoth. As the storm raged on, the stories continued to swirl, echoing through the ages, reminding every listener of the power held within the unknown. The behemoth was not just a creature of the past. It was a living, breathing reminder that within every story lies the essence of human emotion, a blend of fear, awe, and an unquenchable thirst for understanding. In the quiet of a dimly lit room, the air hung heavy with anticipation. The lone figure sat hunched over a table scattered with ink-stained papers and sketchbooks, illuminated only by the flickering light of a single lamp. Their heart raced as they brought the tip of the pen to a blank page, the ink pooling like a dark storm on the horizon, ready to break. A vision began to take shape, not just on paper, but in the very fabric of storytelling itself. A behemoth of creativity that would leap off the page and grip the reader's soul. The world of graphic novels thrummed with life, a mesmerizing blend of art and narrative that has captivated hearts for generations. Each panel was a window, a glimpse into lives lived and battles fought, both ordinary and extraordinary. Artists, armed with brushes and pens, became alchemists, turning mere ink into emotion. They wielded colors and lines like a conductor's baton, orchestrating a symphony of feelings that could make readers laugh, cry, and recoil in horror, sometimes all at once. Visual storytelling had its roots buried deep in history, mingling with the ancient cave paintings of cavemen who chronicled their hunts and adventures. Those primitive sketches whispered tales of survival, echoing through time. The Egyptians, too, etched their stories on papyrus. Hieroglyphics danced across walls, their shapes telling of gods, pharaohs, and the afterlife. Fast forward to the 19th century, and the birth of comic strips brought laughter to the masses. Characters with exaggerated expressions and witty banter leapt off the printed page, paving the way for the graphic novels that would soon flourish. As the figure continued to draw, each stroke of the pen imbued the pages with life. The artist envisioned an immense creature, a behemoth that could symbolize the struggles of humanity itself. The lines were bold and jagged, echoing the tumultuous emotions that swelled within the story. The behemoth was not just a monster. It was fear, hope, despair, and resilience all rolled into one. The way it towered over the landscape in the panels would invoke a mix of awe and terror, an embodiment of the challenges we all face. The technique of juxtaposition served as a powerful tool within these pages. The artist knew that by placing contrasting images side by side, a quiet moment of reflection could be punctuated by a sudden explosion of chaos. Readers would feel their hearts quicken. A serene landscape might give way to a storm, the calm before the tempest that brought forth the behemoth, a reminder that life's greatest battles often emerge from the stillness. Every frame was a heartbeat. The pacing of the narrative fluctuated, drawing the reader in with reflective moments before launching them into the high-octane thrill of confrontation. An intimate conversation shared between two characters could be depicted in soft pastels, their expressions tender, the silence almost palpable. But the next page would erupt with vibrant reds and ominous blacks as the behemoth reared its monstrous head. The sudden shift would jolt readers, pulling them from serenity into the chaos, where danger lurked around every corner. The use of color played a critical role in this visual storytelling. Shadows crept across the pages, heightening tension and anticipation. Deep blues and grays could elicit sorrow and despair, while bright yellows and greens ignited a sense of hope and possibility. The artist understood that colors spoke louder than words, resonating with readers on an emotional level they might not even fully understand. This rich palette created a language of its own, one that transcended barriers and connected hearts. Panel layouts danced across the pages, some sprawling out like the wings of a bird in flight, while others were tightly packed, creating a sense of urgency and chaos. The arrangement drew the reader's gaze, guiding them along the path of the story. A single, wide panel might depict the behemoth's looming figure against a backdrop of destruction, while the next few panels would fracture into smaller frames, each highlighting the frantic reactions of characters caught in the tumult. This deliberate choice of layout allowed the artist to manipulate time itself, stretching moments of tension and compressing the aftermath into a rapid succession of images that left readers breathless. Thought bubbles and dialogue played their part, too, weaving through the visual tapestry. The words chosen were not mere afterthoughts. They were the heartbeat of the characters, offering insight into their fears and desires. A whisper of doubt could linger in the air, while an outburst of anger could echo through the pages, amplifying the stakes. These words, encased in vibrant speech bubbles, contrasted dramatically against the visuals, creating a dynamic interplay that captured the essence of human emotion. As the artist inked the final details of the behemoth, they couldn't help but reflect on the historical narratives that inspired their creation. The legends of giants and monsters had echoed through civilizations. Stories of Goliath, of the Minotaur, of titans locked in eternal struggle. Each tale carved a path through the annals of history, reminding us that fear is as old as humanity itself. The emotional weight of these stories fueled the artist's passion, each character and creature a piece of the larger puzzle of the human experience. Yet, amid the chaos and might of the behemoth, the story whispered of redemption. There would be moments of bravery, of unity among the characters as they faced the monstrous force together. The artist infused the pages with glimmers of hope, knowing that even in the darkest battles, the light of resilience could shine through. As the behemoth roared, sending tremors through the land, a small band of heroes stood steadfast, ready to write their own destiny against the odds. Time slipped away as the ink dried, the story pressing ever onward. The pages seemed to breathe. The behemoth was alive, a testament to the power of visual storytelling that could evoke both fear and courage. Each turn of the page promised more. It was a promise of struggle and triumph, of darkness and light, a never-ending cycle that echoed the very essence of life itself. The artist felt a surge of adrenaline, realizing that this was not just a graphic novel. It was a reflection of humanity, a mirror that held the complexities of existence. The inked lines pulsated with energy, and the behemoth loomed larger, ready to unleash its story upon the world. In the twilight of a world transformed, where the echoes of ancient forests whisper through the rustling leaves, humanity stands at a precipice, heart racing. The sky is painted a bruised purple, a testament to the battles fought against nature and against themselves. Below, in the damp earth, roots stretch and twist, craving the water and nutrients that seem to slip further away with each passing day. Here lies the behemoth, a figure not of mere myth but a representation of the colossal impact humanity has imprinted on the planet. Once, the earth pulsed with life. The thrum of ecosystems danced in harmony, a magnificent symphony composed of the calls of birds, the rustle of small creatures, and the rustling of trees. But now, the air holds a different sound, a suffocating silence where the cacophony of life once reigned. The Anthropocene, they call this age, a term that weighs heavy like a stone in the hearts of those who ponder its meaning. It signifies a time when humans, with their insatiable desires, have inscribed their mark upon the very fabric of nature, often to the detriment of the delicate balance that sustains life. The history of this relationship is a tapestry woven from threads of conquest and carelessness. In the vast forests of Mesopotamia, civilizations rose and fell, their ambitions towering as high as the ziggurats they constructed. Yet those very ambitions led to soil depletion and desertification, a fate they could not escape. The dust of fallen empires mingled with the earth, a reminder of dreams turned to ruins, of forests felled for wood and land, echoing the cries of trees that once stood tall. As the centuries unfurled, humanity's dominance over nature grew more pronounced. The Industrial Revolution was a turning point, a thunderous roar of machines replacing the soft hum of nature. Smoke poured from chimneys like dark tears, choking the sky and blurring the lines between progress and destruction. Cities blossomed, teeming with life yet suffocating beneath the weight of their own creation. In their haste, people overlooked the land, the rivers, the animals that had once been their kin. On the banks of the Thames, the stench of pollution mingled with the cries of the dispossessed. The river, once teeming with fish and flanked by vibrant greenery, became a graveyard for countless species. The behemoth thrived in the shadows, feeding on the remnants of ecosystems, a monstrous figure that cast its long silhouette over humanity's hubris. It was here that the first sparks of awareness ignited, a nascent realization that perhaps they weren't the conquerors they imagined, but rather the architects of their own demise. As the years slipped into the 20th century, the behemoth grew bolder. The world wars etched scars across the landscape, leaving behind abandoned fields and desolate towns. Nature, resilient yet battered, fought back through floods, droughts, and wildfires, each a fierce reminder that humanity's grip was tenuous at best. The cries of nature echoed through the air, pleading for a moment of reflection, a chance for reconciliation. But the modern world, with its rapid pace and relentless ambition, often turned a deaf ear. In the quiet corners of the earth, however, pockets of hope flickered like candle flames in the darkness. Environmental movements began to coalesce, individuals rising to challenge the behemoth's reign. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring reverberated across the globe, awakening a collective consciousness that could no longer ignore the chemical poisons seeping into the soil and water. The pages of history began to turn, revealing the need for restoration rather than domination. Yet, with every step forward, the behemoth retaliated. Climate change, a specter haunting the future, loomed larger, its threats manifesting in increasingly severe storms, rising seas, and vanishing glaciers. The once mighty glaciers of Greenland, ancient sentinels, now wept into the ocean, their tears a bitter reminder of what was lost. Communities displaced, families torn apart, and the fabric of life fraying, each strand a story of resilience against overwhelming odds. In the cities, amidst the concrete and steel, people began to forge new relationships with nature. Urban gardens sprouted like green rebellions against the ashen backdrop. Bees buzzed above budding plants, and children laughed as they played in the dirt, their small hands reconnecting with the very earth that had been neglected for so long. It was a symphony of revival, a celebration of life trying to reclaim its rightful place in a world dominated by the behemoth. Yet even as progress bloomed, shadows lingered. The scars of the past were not easily erased, and the behemoth was not vanquished. The fight was not simply against external forces, but also against the deep-seated beliefs that had long guided humanity's hand. The struggle to balance ambition with stewardship, to transform destruction into protection, remained fraught with tension. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery streaks, humanity stood on the brink of a decision. Would they choose to nurture the tender shoots of renewal or continue to feed the behemoth's insatiable appetite? The stakes were unfathomably high, a dance of risk and hope in a world that felt precarious. With every breath, the earth exhaled a plea for empathy, for understanding, for a reckoning with the past that had forged the present. Each individual carried the weight of choice, a chance to tilt the balance back toward harmony or to plunge deeper into conflict. The behemoth watched from the shadows, a haunting reminder of what could be lost if they turned away. As darkness fell, and the first stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse, humanity stood poised, feeling the weight of their choices pressing down like a heavy mantle. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the stories of those who came before and the dreams of those yet to come. The earth, ever patient, awaited their decision, a silent witness to the unfolding tale of humanity's relationship with nature, a saga that was far from over. The ground trembled beneath them, a low rumble that sent shivers racing up their spines. It was the sound of the Behemoth, a monstrous entity that loomed larger than life, not just in size but in the weight of its history. In the ruins of what once was a bustling city, shadows of crumbling skyscrapers stretched long and haunting, as if trying to escape the choking grasp of a world gone wrong. The sun hung low, casting a blood-red hue that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of despair. People whispered its name like a curse, a reminder of what had been lost. Once cities thrived on the promise of progress, but now each stone in the pavement told tales of a society that had spiraled into chaos. Those who dared to speak of the Behemoth's past knew of its origins rooted in the early 20th century, a time when ambition outweighed caution. It began as an idea, a vision to dominate the skies, to conquer nature and bend it to human will. But now, this Behemoth had grown monstrous, a symbol of hubris that had turned against its creators. In the hushed tones of the survivors, there were stories of great machines, colossal towers, and sprawling networks of energy that once promised a utopia. Instead, they birthed devastation. Each power plant was a ticking time bomb, and when the great machines rumbled to life, they unleashed devastation instead of prosperity. The remnants of civilization now sat under the shadow of the Behemoth, a chilling reminder of the day the power grid collapsed, plunging the world into oblivion. They thought they could control it, murmured an old woman, her gnarled fingers tracing the outline of a faded newspaper clipping. The ancient print barely held together, but the headline screamed of hope turned to ash. The age of machines, a new dawn. But the dawn had never come. Instead, night fell hard, and with it, the Behemoth stomped across the earth, invisible yet palpable, a beast of broken dreams. Children played amidst the wreckage, their laughter ringing hollow in the gloom. They kicked around pieces of metal, remnants of the age when technology was revered. "Look!" one of them shouted, holding up a rusted gear, eyes wide with wonder. "A treasure!" But for those who remembered, the sight was a knife twisting in the heart. They lived each day under the Behemoth's watchful eye, its presence weighing heavily on their shoulders, an unrelenting reminder of their failures. The whispers of rebellion began to weave through the air like a flickering flame. Young men and women, fueled by desperation, gathered in underground meetings, plotting their escape from the Behemoth's grasp. They were the last remnants of hope, each one bearing scars from a world that had crumbled around them. "We can rise again," one of them declared, eyes shining with a fierce kind of determination. "The Behemoth can be tamed, made to serve us rather than hunt us." But words alone could not lift the shadows that hunched over their shoulders. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it echoes of a time when the Behemoth was a mere myth, a tale told to scare children into obedience. Now it was a reality, a living nightmare, a creature born of steel and smoke. It patrolled the skies, a mechanical dragon with eyes that glowed ominously in the dark, searching for warmth, for humanity to crush under its massive feet. To those who had witnessed its wrath, it was a force of nature, indifferent to the cries of men and women. As the moon rose high, painting the wreckage in a silver glow, a group of rebels gathered in the ruins of an old library, its books now ash scattered by the winds of time. They were armed not with weapons, but with knowledge, piecing together history from the fragments left behind. The Behemoth was built on the ashes of our ancestors' greed. One of them read aloud. They thought they could harness its power, but in doing so, they unleashed a force they could never control. The words echoed through the hollow chamber, heavy with the weight of truth. Plans were drawn under the flickering light of a single candle, its flame dancing as if sensing the urgency of the moment. They spoke of hacking the very systems that had once enslaved their ancestors, of turning the Behemoth against itself. The air crackled with tension, hearts pounding in sync with a shared resolve. But the fear ran deep. For every story of rebellion, there were countless tales of failure. The behemoth was not just a machine. It was a testament to humanity's darkest inclinations, a reminder of the consequences of losing sight of ethical boundaries. Outside, the world slept uneasily, the behemoth breathing heavily in the distance, its presence a constant, oppressive weight. They could almost hear it, a low growl that vibrated through the ground, a reminder that it was always watching. The night wore on, and with it, the rebels' resolve hardened like steel, their breaths mingling with the chill of impending action. But what if they were wrong? What if the very act of defiance summoned the behemoth's wrath? Questions hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Hope battled fear, tugging at the seams of their minds. Yet, as dawn approached, the light began to seep into the cracks of their doubt. The behemoth might have been born from humanity's darkest choices, but perhaps it could be turned to serve a new purpose, one that could resurrect rather than destroy. The moment was ripe with tension, each heartbeat a drumroll, propelling them toward an unknown fate. They glanced at one another, a silent pact forged in that fleeting hour before dawn. As the first light streaked across the horizon, illuminating the remnants of their world in a soft glow, the rebels stood together, a united front against the behemoth's looming shadow, ready to challenge the beast that had long haunted their dreams. With a collective breath, they stepped forward, their hearts echoing the promise of change, ready to confront the behemoth that had once seemed insurmountable, seeking to reclaim their story from the clutches of despair. The air hummed with anticipation, as if the very earth was holding its breath along with them, waiting for the first daring move that would light the spark of a revolution. In a world where the sun never sets on the ambitions of empires, a colossal shadow looms, an entity born of ambition, greed, and the relentless march of progress. The behemoth, a metaphor for the overpowering force of globalization, stretches its limbs across continents, binding diverse cultures in its grip. This is not merely a tale of trade routes and currency flows. It is a story of human connections, each thread vibrant yet delicate, weaving a tapestry of shared dreams and clashing realities. As the early ships set sail from the coasts of Europe, they carried with them not just commodities but the seeds of transformation. The spices and silks they sought were more than mere luxuries. They were symbols of a world yearning to connect. Each port they reached served as a mosaic of cultures, where the winds of the east met the tides of the west. Here, merchants exchanged not just goods, but stories of gods worshipped by different names, of love and loss, and of families torn apart by the very forces that sought to unite them. In the bustling bazaars of Istanbul, the aroma of cinnamon danced with the scent of fresh bread, drawing travelers from afar. It was here that the essence of globalization first stirred, each merchant not only a trader but a storyteller. They painted vivid pictures of their homelands, the lush fields of the Nile, the intricate carvings of Indian temples, and the icy landscapes of distant Scandinavia. With every exchange, humanity's shared narrative deepened, yet the behemoth's shadow grew longer, casting uncertainty in its wake. Across the oceans, in the heart of the Americas, the indigenous people watched with a mixture of curiosity and dread as foreign sails appeared on the horizon. For them, globalization was not an abstract concept but a tangible threat. The arrival of Europeans brought new ideas but also devastation. The clash of cultures ignited a wildfire of conflict, yet it also sparked moments of profound beauty. The blending of traditions birthed new art forms and languages, as the behemoth stomped through villages, leaving both destruction and a unique cultural fusion in its path. In the vibrant streets of Mumbai, a young artist sits outside a humble cafe, her fingers stained with paint as she creates a mural that tells the story of her city, a city where the ancient and modern collide. Her work is a reflection of globalization's complex dance, capturing the richness of tradition while embracing the relentless forward momentum of change. Each stroke of her brush resonates with the voices of those who have come before her, echoing their struggles and triumphs, their hopes and dreams. But as she works, the behemoth looms, reminding her that every celebration of culture can also be a silent sorrow, a reminder of what is lost in the rush to embrace the new. Meanwhile, in the bustling conference rooms of global corporations, deals are made with the click of a pen, threatening to erase local identities in the name of efficiency and profit. Executives, clad in sharp suits, don't often see the faces behind the products they commodify. Yet, each decision echoes across the globe, leaving ripples that can either uplift communities or plunge them into despair. As factories rise in the shadows of ancient temples, the rhythm of life shifts. Workers toil under fluorescent lights, their dreams traded for meager wages, their stories unwritten in the annals of globalization. But the behemoth is not without its challengers. In the heart of every city, voices rise in protest, uniting people from all walks of life. Activists chant for justice, weaving together narratives of inequality and hope. They stand as guardians of culture, insisting that while the behemoth may reshape our world, it cannot extinguish the flame of identity. As drums beat and banners unfurl, a palpable energy fills the air, an indomitable spirit that refuses to be crushed. In the quiet corners of the world, elderly storytellers pass down tales of their ancestors, imparting wisdom that transcends borders. They gather young listeners around flickering fires, their words painting vibrant images of past struggles and victories. These moments serve as a counterbalance to the chaos of globalization, a reminder that while the behemoth may roar, the human spirit remains resilient, forever seeking connection and understanding amid the noise. As nighttime falls, the lights of global cities twinkle like stars, each one a beacon of possibility and despair. Screens illuminate faces, connecting friends and strangers alike across vast distances. Social media platforms buzz with voices from every corner of the globe, weaving a digital fabric that both empowers and divides. The behemoth's reach is felt in every notification, every message sent, each click echoing the complexities of modern interaction. Yet, in this cacophony, glimmers of hope emerge. Collaborative art projects bring together individuals from disparate backgrounds, crafting murals that reflect shared dreams and aspirations. Music festivals blend genres, celebrating the beauty of diversity while acknowledging the tensions that lie beneath. Here, the behemoth transforms into a canvas of unity, illustrating that while cultures may clash, they can also harmonize. As dawn breaks, the cycle begins anew. The behemoth stirs, a constant reminder of the forces shaping our world. Yet amid its vast and often tumultuous presence, the human heart beats strong, resilient and alive. It is a force of connection, of understanding, and of love, tirelessly working against the grain of globalization's relentless march. In this intricate dance between cultures, the behemoth remains a powerful entity, one that intertwines histories, challenges identities, and ultimately reveals the shared essence of what it means to be human. The narrative flows onward, an unbroken thread weaving its way through time and space, ready to embrace the next chapter of this extraordinary tapestry. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sensation that wrapped around the room as the discussions swirled like a storm. Voices rose and fell, engaged in a passionate debate about society's constructs and the age-old struggle for identity. At the center of it all was a figure, a behemoth that loomed over both history and the present, casting shadows that threatened to swallow the narratives of countless women and marginalized voices. This was not just any figure. It was the embodiment of patriarchal structures, a colossal beast that many had tried to tame, yet few had managed to understand fully. As the words "feminist readings" echoed through the gathering, a silence fell over the crowd, anticipation crackling in the air. Each person in that room felt the weight of what was being discussed, not merely abstract concepts, but lived experiences. The behemoth represented the relentless fight against oppression, a monstrous force that had, for centuries, dictated societal roles and expectations. It was more than a mere symbol. It was a living part of history, a reflection of struggles fought and victories won, echoing across generations. In the dim light, a historian stood at the front, her voice steady yet imbued with emotion. She spoke of the suffragettes, those fierce pioneers who had faced ridicule and violence in their quest for the most basic human rights. They were not just fighting for the right to vote. They were battling the very notion that women were less than men. Each word she uttered painted a vivid picture of their desperation and determination. The behemoth, in all its grotesque glory, had not only silenced their voices but had tried to erase their very existence. Her audience felt a shiver run down their spines. The hair on their arms stood up, adrenaline coursing through their veins as they remembered those brave souls who had stepped into the battlefield of gender inequality. One by one, stories unfurled like banners of defiance. The historian recounted the tale of Sojourner Truth, who stood before a crowd in 1851, a black woman demanding justice and equality at a time when both race and gender were used to diminish her identity. "Ain't I a woman?" she cried, and that question still reverberated through time, striking chords in the hearts of many. The behemoth shifted, its weight felt in every corner of the world, but the echo of Truth's words was a call to arms, a reminder that the fight was far from over. As the evening progressed, the air thickened with stories of resilience. Audre Lorde's powerful verses emerged, her words slicing through the darkness, illuminating the struggles of those who identified as lesbians, women of color, and those who lived in the margins. Each stanza was a battle cry that demanded recognition, a fierce declaration against the behemoth's reign. It was not just a critique of patriarchal structures. It was a challenge to dismantle them entirely. The historian's voice trembled with emotion as she shared Lorde's wisdom, her eyes shining with pride and anger, igniting flames of passion in the hearts of her listeners. The behemoth, once a distant figure looming on the horizon, now felt extraordinarily close. It breathed, pulsed, and throbbed with the weight of every woman's story. Each narrative was woven into a tapestry of resistance, revealing a world where feminist readings did not just exist in textbooks but were alive in the everyday battles fought by ordinary people. The audience could feel the thud of their hearts in unison, united in a shared understanding that the journey was far from complete. A shift happened as they moved forward in time, unearthing the voices of contemporary feminists who dared to confront the behemoth head-on. Figures like Bell Hooks emerged from the shadows, demanding that love be at the center of the feminist struggle. Her words, filled with urgency and compassion, resonated deeply. Hook's insistence on love as a revolutionary act challenged the very foundation of the behemoth itself. As she called for an intersectional approach to feminism, the listeners felt the weight of that call. A yearning for a world where all identities would be acknowledged, where no one would feel the suffocating grip of the monstrous figure. The historian paused, allowing the emotional tide to wash over the room. Each person sat in a moment of reflection, processing the legacy of struggle and the promise of a better future. Yet, the behemoth still loomed, a constant reminder of the work left to be done. With a flicker of her fingers, she summoned the stories of trans women and non-binary individuals who continued to face the wrath of societal norms. Their voices, often unheard or silenced, became the haunting melodies that filled the spaces left by history. The behemoth transformed, revealing its many heads, each representing a different form of oppression, each a battle yet to be won. The tension in the room shifted again, morphing into a fervor that filled the air with electricity. The historian spoke of the urgent need for solidarity across all identities, emphasizing the strength found in collective action. The behemoth, once an insurmountable force, could be challenged through unity. It was here that the crowd found their voice, a cacophony of agreement and determination echoing back at the historian. Each affirmation was a step towards dismantling the beast, an acknowledgement that while the journey was long and fraught with peril, it was also filled with hope. With emotions running high, the room pulsed with the energy of new possibilities. The behemoth wasn't merely an adversary to be defeated. It was a complex beast that demanded nuanced understandings, reinterpretations, and a heartfelt commitment to change. The stories shared were not just histories. They were blueprints for the future, an invitation for the next generation to continue the fight. The historian's voice softened, yet her words held a fierce intensity. "This behemoth," she said, "exists not just in history, but in our lives, in our very society today. It is up to us to reshape its narrative." And with those words, the audience felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over them. their hearts racing as the air vibrated with possibility. The story was far from finished. It continued to unfold, intertwining the past with the present, a relentless dance against the backdrop of an enduring struggle. In that moment, the behemoth shifted, its many heads reeling as the crowd stood together, their voices rising in defiance, ready to challenge the monster that had haunted them for so long. In a dimly lit room, a young man scrolls through his phone, the glow illuminating his face like a ghostly beacon in the dark. Laughter echoes from his lips as he stumbles upon a meme that captures the absurdity of life. A cat dressed as a medieval knight, captioned, "When you realize you've been fighting the wrong battles." It's a simple image, yet it strikes a chord deep within him, resonating with a truth he didn't know he was seeking. This moment, seemingly trivial, connects him to countless others across the globe, all sharing a laugh, a moment of unity in the chaos of modern existence. Memes, those quirky, relatable snippets of humor, have become the folklore of the digital age. They travel faster than wildfire, morphing into different forms as they leap from one platform to another, from one person to the next. What began as the playful creations of a few has transformed into a cultural phenomenon that transcends borders and languages. This is where the behemoth of the internet resides, a vast creature fed by the endless flow of likes, shares, and retweets. It's a cacophony of voices, each one adding to the tapestry of stories that shape our collective consciousness. Historically, myths served as a means to explain the mysteries of the world. Before the internet, stories of gods and heroes were passed down through generations, shaping societies and beliefs. The behemoth of old was often seen as a symbol of chaos, immense, powerful, and often misunderstood. Today, it roams the digital landscape, its form shifting and changing with every new meme, every viral video. In this modern arena, the behemoth is not a singular entity but a multitude of voices, each vying for attention, each telling their own story. Take the meme of Harambe, the gorilla whose tragic fate sparked outrage and sorrow across social media. Harambe became more than just a story. He morphed into a symbol of innocence lost, a representation of the fragility of life in an increasingly chaotic world. People rallied around his image, creating a movement that, while seemingly frivolous, touched on deeper issues of morality, loss, and the collective grief of a society grappling with its own complexities. The behemoth was feeding, growing stronger, thriving on the emotions stirred by Harambe's fate. Then there was the distracted boyfriend meme, an image that captured a moment of betrayal and choice. It wasn't just a funny photo. It became a lens through which individuals could project their own dilemmas, relationships, priorities, and the constant struggle to balance desires against responsibilities. Each variation told a different story, yet all shared a common thread: the universal experience of distraction and desire. This is the power of the behemoth, reflecting our innermost thoughts and feelings through humor and irony. Yet lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly innocent humor is a darker side. The behemoth also thrives on division, creating rifts among communities with memes that perpetuate stereotypes or mock vulnerable groups. Just as ancient myths often served to delineate us from them, modern memes can propagate prejudice, fostering a culture of exclusion even while they entertain. The internet becomes a battleground, with memes as the weapons of choice, wielded by those who seek to either unite or divide, celebrate or ridicule. In the shadows of these light-hearted images lie the echoes of a deeper truth. The behemoth is not just a creator of laughter, but also a harbinger of change. The viral video of George Floyd's tragic death ignited a global movement for justice, turning a moment of horror into a rallying cry for change. Memes sprang forth in abundance, each one a potent reminder of the fight for equality, amplifying voices that might otherwise have been silenced. The internet became a canvas, painted with the raw emotions of a society in turmoil, challenging the status quo and demanding accountability. As the behemoth continues to evolve, it remains an unpredictable force. The rapid pace of change, the fleeting nature of trends, and the ephemeral life of memes create a whirlwind of emotions: elation, anger, confusion, and hope. One moment, a meme can bring people together, stitching together bonds of laughter. The next, it can tear them apart, exposing the fractures within society. This duality fuels the behemoth, reminding us that even in our most joyous moments, darkness is never far behind. With every scroll, every click, the young man in that dimly lit room becomes a part of this tumultuous narrative. He laughs at the absurdity of life, but beneath the laughter is a thread of unease. He knows that the memes he shares are more than just jokes. They are the modern myths of his time, shaping his understanding of the world. As his friends join in the conversation, laughter reverberates through the night, a chorus of voices united by the behemoth, yet unsure of where this journey will lead them. But what lies ahead? What other stories will emerge from the depths of the internet? The behemoth stirs restlessly, hungry for new tales, new emotions to devour. Will it create more heroes, or will it conjure more chaos? The tension hangs in the air, a palpable feeling of anticipation. The scroll never truly ends. It continues, an endless stream of information, emotion, and myth-making that pulses with life, urging the young man and countless others to keep watching, keep sharing, and keep laughing, even as they navigate the complexities of existence in a world where the behemoth reigns supreme. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient study, dusty tomes line the shelves like silent sentinels, each one whispering secrets of the ages. A single figure hunched over a weathered manuscript, fingers trembling as they traced the vivid illustrations that depicted a creature so massive and powerful that it seemed to defy belief. The Behemoth, a name that stirred the hearts of theologians, philosophers, and curious seekers alike. A symbol of the divine's overwhelming majesty and unfathomable mysteries. For centuries, this enigmatic beast had sparked fervent debates. Scholars argued whether it represented chaos, an emblem of strength, or a mythological reflection of God's creative power. Theologians from the early church fathers to the reformers pored over the scriptures, striving to unpack the meaning behind the monstrous figure described in the book of Job. "Look at Behemoth," the text beckoned. "I made him as I made you." Such lines ignited passion like wildfire, igniting discussions that would echo through the halls of history. Amidst the turmoil of the Reformation, the Behemoth took center stage. It was not merely a creature of the past but a touchstone for confronting the complexities of faith. Martin Luther, grappling with the idea of divine sovereignty, saw in Behemoth a creature that embodied the raw, unbridled power of God. To Luther, the Behemoth was no mere allegory. It was a representation of God's will, a tangible reminder of humanity's place within creation. The fire of his conviction blazed bright, igniting fervor in his followers, who began to see the Behemoth not just as a beast, but as a challenge to their understanding of divine grace and authority. In the quiet corners of Europe, other voices rose to contest Luther's interpretation. John Calvin, enthralled by the elegance of God's plan, suggested that Behemoth illustrated the harmony of creation, a behemothic creature existing peacefully under the watchful eye of its creator. Calvin's followers immersed themselves in Scripture, pondering the complexities of God's design, often debating late into the night. With each argument, the Behemoth morphed, an ever-changing symbol, embodying the very essence of debate, the struggle between faith and reason, power and humility. But the Behemoth was not merely a theological construct. It was alive in the imaginations of the faithful. In medieval art, it became a canvas upon which societal fears and aspirations were painted. Artists rendered Behemoth with bulging muscles and fierce eyes, capturing the essence of humanity's struggle against the unknown. Each brushstroke dripped with emotion, creating a visceral connection between the viewer and the creature that loomed larger than life. It stirred fear and awe, a reminder of the turbulent world that surrounded them, echoing their own fears of chaos and destruction. As the pages of history turned, the Behemoth continued to pervade theological discussions. The Enlightenment brought forth a wave of rationality, casting shadows on the mystical interpretations of old. Scholars began to approach the Behemoth with a scientific lens, dissecting the text, seeking truth in the tangible. Yet every analysis seemed to miss the point. The Behemoth was not just a figure to be examined. It was an emotional touchstone, stirring the very core of human existence. The creature became a paradox, intimidating yet grounding, a reminder of humanity's instinctual connection to the divine. In the depths of the 19th century, the behemoth's presence echoed through the works of poets and writers, who infused their narratives with the creature's monumental essence. Moby Dick's infamous white whale mirrored the behemoth's ineffable nature, a pursuit of understanding that often led to destruction. The idea of chasing after something so enormous, so beyond reach, resonated deeply with the human experience. The behemoth became a symbol of humanity's relentless quest for meaning, reflecting the dark undercurrents of despair and hope. In the modern age, discussions around the behemoth took on new dimensions. The rise of environmental awareness reignited the creature's relevance as humanity grappled with its impact on creation. The behemoth, once a symbol of raw power, transformed into a metaphor for the very earth itself, a warning of what could be lost if humanity continued its destructive path. Theologians found themselves once again at the forefront of heated debates, not only about divine creation but about stewardship and responsibility. The behemoth was a call to action, urging a reconsideration of humanity's role in the cosmos. In the quiet moments when the dust settled, a profound stillness enveloped the conversations. The behemoth seemed to watch, lingering in the shadows of doubt and faith, embodying the complexities that intertwined them. Questions swirled around it. Was it a creature of chaos or a guardian of order? Did it represent the overwhelming power of God, or was it a mirror of human frailty? Each perspective echoed in the minds and hearts of those who dared to engage with its legacy, creating an emotional tapestry that connected centuries of thought. As night fell and the candle flickered, illuminating the pages of the manuscript, the figure in the study felt the weight of the discourse. The behemoth had become more than a creature. It was a living symbol of the struggles, the triumphs, and the relentless search for meaning that defined humanity's journey through time. The debates pulsed with life, each voice adding another layer to the complex narrative that surrounded the behemoth. With every flick of the page, the tension grew thicker, the emotions more potent, binding the past and present together in a spiral of inquiry and passion. The air crackled with anticipation, an unbroken thread woven through history, drawing in those who dared to confront the profound questions that lay ahead. The behemoth lingered, a powerful reminder of all that had come before and all that was yet to be uncovered, compelling the hearts and minds of all to venture forth into the unknown. In the stillness of a sun-drenched field, a shovel strikes something hard beneath the earth, sending vibrations through the air that resonate with an ancient, unquenchable energy. The ground, once an ordinary patch of land, shivers with the whispers of a creature long gone. A young archaeologist named Clara stands frozen, her heart racing as she senses the weight of history pressing down around her. All at once, she feels an electric thrill, a connection to a time when giants roamed the earth, leaving behind nothing but bones and tales that echoed through the ages. As Clara crouches low, brushing away the layers of dust and dirt, the outline of a massive fossil begins to emerge. It is no ordinary find. The colossal ribcage, splayed like a forgotten shipwreck, hints at a creature that was both terrifying and magnificent. A behemoth, perhaps, of biblical proportions. The sun glints off the fossilized remains, casting shadows that dance like phantoms across the ground. Clara's breath catches in her throat, and a shiver runs down her spine. Could this be the mythical beast mentioned in ancient texts and folklore? Behind her, the rest of the dig team murmurs in hushed tones, their disbelief palpable. They had heard the stories, the legends passed down through generations, of a creature that roamed the earth, leaving footprints the size of small cars. Clara can almost hear their thoughts. Was this the very embodiment of those stories? Each piece of bone, each fragment of history, carries with it the weight of speculation and wonder. As they carefully unearth more of the fossil, the excitement builds, a palpable tension that electrifies the air. The setting sun casts a fiery glow across the field, transforming the ordinary into something surreal. Clara's fingers graze the surface of a massive vertebra, and an avalanche of emotions floods her heart. She imagines the creature, a lumbering giant that must have inspired both awe and fear in those who crossed its path. What was it like to stand before such a being, to witness its shadow stretching across the land? The thought sends waves of goosebumps along her arms, igniting her imagination. Days turn into weeks as the excavation unfolds. Each morning, Clara and her team return to the site, their spirits buoyed by the thrill of discovery. The behemoth skeleton gradually reveals its secrets, and with each new find, the story grows richer. Fossils of colossal limbs, deep-set eye sockets, and a skull that hints at immense strength emerge from the earth like forgotten relics of a challenging past. Clara often stares at the remains, lost in thought, envisioning a world where such creatures roamed freely under the vast sky, a world where reality blurred with myth. Among the bones, they unearth artifacts that hint at the creatures that coexisted with the behemoth. Small tools made from stone, remnants of ancient fire pits, and even signs of habitation nearby. Clara feels a visceral connection to those who lived alongside this beast, understanding that they too must have gazed in wonder at the towering forms that shared their landscape. Would they have sung songs about the behemoth around their fires, weaving tales of strength and survival? The thought enchants her, and she finds herself longing to know more about the lives entwined with those colossal bones. As the team meticulously pieces together the skeleton, they begin to realize that this particular behemoth was unlike any other they had encountered. It bore distinct features, unique patterns etched into the fossilized bones, hinting at its individual story. The excitement is palpable, like static in the air, wrapping around them like a warm blanket. Clara dreams of the moment they will finally unveil the creature to the world, sharing not just the bones but the story of a life once lived, one that defied imagination and bridged the gap between history and legend. But with the excitement comes tension. News of their discovery spreads, drawing scholars and skeptics alike to the site. Clara can sense the weight of expectation as critics swarm, questioning their methods and motives. She feels the pressure mount, the fear of failure creeping in like a dark shadow. Yet, standing before the magnificent bones, Clara finds herself emboldened. This is more than just a find. It is a testament to the very nature of existence, a reminder that much of what is believed to be lost can, in fact, resurface in the most unexpected ways. Late one night, while the stars twinkle overhead like a million watchful eyes, Clara finds herself alone at the site. The moon bathes the fossilized remains in ethereal light, creating an atmosphere thick with mystery. She runs her fingers along the cool surface of a massive bone, feeling a pulse of energy, a heartbeat from another time. The silence is heavy, charged with the weight of history, and for a moment, she feels as if the creature's spirit is hovering nearby, watching over its awakening. In that haunting stillness, Clara allows herself to imagine the behemoth in its prime. She envisions a time when it moved gracefully across the land, its breath rising like mist in the cool morning air, its great heart pounding with life and strength. But she also senses the fragility of its existence, the inevitable passage of time that would lead to its demise. With each heartbeat, a thought presses against her mind, a question of legacy, of what remains when life fades away. The tension of the unknown grips her, fueled by the ache of curiosity. What will they uncover next? What stories still lie hidden in the earth? With every excavation, Clara knows they inch closer not just to the bones of the behemoth, but to the essence of life itself. Its beauty, its struggle, and its ultimate vulnerability. The weight of that realization sends chills down her spine, igniting a fierce determination within her. As dawn breaks, casting golden rays across the site, Clara feels a renewed sense of purpose. They are not just unearthing bones. They are resurrecting a story, a legacy waiting to be told. The excitement hums in the air, pulling everyone closer together, forging bonds through a shared mission to honor the behemoth that once roamed the earth. Each day brings new challenges, but also new revelations, leading them deeper into the intricate dance between history and myth. And as the sun rises higher, a soft wind carries whispers of the past, urging Clara and her team forward toward the next chapter of this extraordinary tale. a tale that is only just beginning to unfold. Beneath a blood-red sky, a creature the size of a mountain stirred in the mist. Its massive form loomed over the land, casting a shadow that enveloped entire towns. This was no ordinary beast but the Behemoth, a symbol of chaos and raw power, echoing through time as a cultural archetype that has left an indelible mark on the human psyche. Historians often whisper of its origins, tracing back to ancient texts where it first emerged in the pages of the Hebrew Bible. The book of Job sang of this creature, a being of immense strength, and in that poetic portrayal, the Behemoth was not merely a beast of burden but a metaphor for the tumultuous forces of nature and the universe, a reminder of humanity's vulnerability in the face of overwhelming odds. The depth of its symbolism resonates across cultures, stories of giants and monsters told and retold, each layer adding to its mythic stature. In the fabric of folklore, the Behemoth takes on various forms, each incarnation reflecting the fears and hopes of the society that conjures it. The ancient Greeks spoke of Typhon, a monstrous giant who challenged the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, circles the earth, a creature so colossal that it is destined to bring about the world's end. Each culture fashions its behemoth from the raw clay of local fears, turning it into a mirror that reflects society's deepest anxieties about power, destruction, and the uncontrollable forces of nature. As civilizations rose and fell, the Behemoth walked among them, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of human ambition. The construction of pyramids in Egypt saw laborers toil under the watchful eye of this monstrous figure, their sweat and dreams mingling with the dust of the earth. Here, the Behemoth symbolized both the might of pharaohs and the burden of the people, a duality that echoed throughout history. It was a reminder of the delicate balance between power and oppression, a harbinger of what happens when ambition spirals into tyranny. In the midst of the Enlightenment, as reason began to eclipse superstition, artists and thinkers grappled with the Behemoth anew. In the works of Milton and Blake, the creature transformed into a representation of untamed nature, an embodiment of the chaos that lay just beyond the grasp of human understanding. The once fearsome beast became a muse, inspiring sublime art that captured the terror and beauty of the natural world. Yet, even in this new light, the Behemoth reminded humanity of its insignificance, standing tall against the backdrop of an indifferent universe. The image of the Behemoth did not fade with the march of modernity. As industrialization took root, the creature evolved into a symbol of the age's monstrous achievements and excesses. Factories belched smoke like the fire-breathing beast, their chimneys reaching for the sky in a desperate attempt to touch the divine. The Behemoth became a representation of mankind's struggle against its own creations, a warning of the consequences of unchecked ambition. It was a wake-up call that echoed through the bustling streets of burgeoning cities, as workers toiled in the shadows of towering structures, the Behemoth watching silently from the periphery. In literature, the Behemoth's legacy persisted, morphing into the titans of modern storytelling. From the looming presence of Ahab's whale in Melville's Moby Dick to the monstrous machines of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, the archetype persisted as a formidable force, a reminder that humanity must confront its own creations. The Behemoth served as a bridge between past and present, a connection that lingered in the air, charged with the tension between creation and destruction. Even in the 20th century, as war ravaged nations and humanity faced the horrors of genocide and totalitarianism, the Behemoth reared its head once more. Its image appeared in the guise of tanks and bombers, symbols of the monstrous capabilities of mankind. With each escalation of violence, the creature loomed larger, a stark reminder of the darkness that lay within the human heart. In the aftermath of conflict, the Behemoth transformed yet again, becoming a symbol of resilience as communities rebuilt from the ashes, standing tall against the weight of their histories. As the world turned into the 21st century, the Behemoth evolved once more, surfacing in the realms of technology and climate change. The digital behemoth of the internet and social media emerged, a vast entity connecting and isolating, empowering and suffocating. The monstrous sizes of data and information echoed the ancient warnings that had long been whispered. The climate crisis brought forth a new terror, as nature itself seemed to rise up against humanity's reckless ways. Storms and fires raged, each disaster echoing the roar of the behemoth, reminding humankind that it is not the master of its fate, but merely a part of a greater, uncontrollable whole. This enduring legacy of the behemoth resonates deeply within the human spirit, stirring emotions of awe, fear, and ultimately, a profound yearning for understanding. As stories are spun and myths retold, the creature continues to hold a mirror to society, asking the questions that have lingered through generations. What does it mean to wield power? What are the consequences when ambition turns into hubris? In the shadows of its immense form, humanity finds both inspiration and a haunting reminder of its own fragility. As the echoes of past tales intertwine with the present, the behemoth stands poised on the horizon, a towering symbol of our collective journey. Its legacy, a continuous thread woven into the fabric of culture, invites reflection and action, drumming a beat that resonates with the soul. The behemoth is not just a creature of legend. It is a living testament to the complexities of existence, urging each generation to confront its own fears, to embrace its own power, and to navigate the delicate dance between creation and destruction. And so, the story unfolds, forever entwined in the human experience, a cycle that never truly ends. In a dimly lit library, dust particles twirled in the slanting rays of sunlight filtering through ancient glass windows, as if they were tiny stars swirling in the cosmos of forgotten knowledge. Rows of books creaked slightly, their spines whispering secrets, some long lost in the annals of time, others aching to be rediscovered. Among them, an old tome lay open, its pages yellowed and fragile, revealing the word Behemoth. The reader, entranced, felt the weight of history pressing down, the very essence of language vibrating in the air. To many, Behemoth is a term conjuring monstrous imagery, a colossus, a creature of immense size and power, but its origins, like the roots of a sprawling tree, stretch deep into the soil of ancient languages. The word traces its lineage back to the Hebrew, Behemoth, which appeared in the Bible, specifically within the book of Job. This creature was not just a simple beast but a symbol of strength and mystery, a reflection of humanity's awe in the face of the unknown. In the swirling currents of time, this word transformed, morphing through the ages, absorbing the fears and fascinations of each generation. As centuries ticked by, Behemoth took on a life of its own. In Middle Ages Europe, it found itself nestled in the pages of bestiaries, where it was often depicted alongside dragons and griffins, embodying the chaos of nature and the raw power that human beings could only hope to tame. Illustrators adorned the manuscripts with vivid images of this beast, its enormous body sprawled across landscapes, a symbol of the tumultuous world that medieval communities inhabited. The behemoth became a metaphor, not merely for a creature but for the darker aspects of existence. The chaos of the natural world, the unknown dangers lurking just beyond the horizon. Latin scholars, with their penchant for classifying and dissecting the world, adopted the term, blending it into their own rich tapestry of language. From Behemothus, they whispered tales of giant creatures into the ears of the educated elite. As they debated philosophy and science, the word echoed in their discussions, representing everything from monumental challenges to the vastness of the universe. It transcended its origins, evolving into a symbol of human resilience in the face of insurmountable odds. With the dawn of the Renaissance, the behemoth swelled in meaning. The Reformation stirred ideas that challenged the very fabric of society. As explorers traversed uncharted territories, the behemoth morphed further, becoming a representation of the monstrous unknown that lurked in the hearts of men and the vast, unclaimed lands of the New World. Poets and writers began to weave the behemoth into their narratives, imbuing it with human emotion, fear, longing, and the quest for understanding. It was no longer simply a creature but a reflection of the human condition, the inner turmoil and the monstrous potential that lies within everyone. In the tumultuous waters of the 17th and 18th centuries, philosophers like Hobbes invoked the behemoth to discuss concepts of power and governance. In his social contract theory, Hobbes referred to the behemoth as a metaphor for the Leviathan state, a governing body that demanded authority and obedience, much like the monstrous creature of ancient lore. The word transformed once again, becoming intertwined with ideas of control, chaos, and the struggle for order in a rapidly changing world. It was now part of the very vocabulary of political theory, hinting at the beastly nature of humanity when left unchecked. As the Industrial Revolution roared to life, the behemoth took on yet another layer of meaning. Factories rose from the earth like titans, belching smoke and steam into the air. In this new landscape, the behemoth represented not just a creature from myth but the very machines that dominated human life. Writers and artists began to depict the monstrous machines as behemoths of their own, highlighting the tension between technological progress and the human spirit. The word resonated with the fear of being overrun by one's creations, echoing through the pages of literature and art, entwining itself with the growing consciousness of industrial society. Into the 20th century, the behemoth leapt forward with a ferocity that was both exhilarating and terrifying. In an age marked by wars and upheaval, it emerged as a powerful metaphor for the giant conflicts that ravaged nations. Writers like Melville and Kafka invoked the behemoth in their works, questioning the very nature of existence and the monstrous bureaucracies that governed life. The word carried with it the weight of history, a reminder of humanity's struggles, a call to recognize the darkness that lurked within societies. And yet, as the world raced toward the present, the behemoth found itself woven into the fabric of modern language. It slipped into everyday dialogue as a descriptor for anything large and unwieldy, be it a corporation, a trend, or an idea. No longer just a creature of myth, the behemoth resonated with the collective experience of people grappling with the enormity of their lives. It echoed through conversations about climate change, the vastness of the universe, and the challenges of modern existence. The emotional charge behind the word remained palpable, a reminder of the tension between humanity's aspirations and its fears. In this vast and intricate dance of language, the behemoth has not just survived. It has thrived, evolving with each era, absorbing the emotions and ideas of countless cultures. As the pages of history turn, the word continues to carry the weight of its past, a living testament to the power of language, an ever-evolving beast that, like the creature it describes, refuses to be tamed. In that quiet library, under the watchful gaze of countless books, the reader felt a shiver, the air thick with the electric pulse of stories yearning to be told, histories waiting to be unearthed. And so, whispers of the behemoth echoed in the silence, intertwining with the threads of language, inviting all who dared to listen to ponder the monstrous potential that resides not just in the world outside, but within themselves, forever linking the past to the present in an unending loop of discovery and reflection. In a dimly lit gallery, a colossal figure looms, its shadow stretching across the polished concrete floor like an ominous specter. A giant installation pulsates with an eerie glow, drawing the viewer closer, beckoning them to engage with its strange beauty. This is the behemoth, a manifestation of contemporary art that defies categorization and pulls the observer into a visceral experience unlike any other. The walls hum, the air thick with tension, as the audience stands on the precipice of awe and bewilderment. The behemoth is not just an object. It's a visceral presence, a fusion of technology, narrative, and emotion. Artists wielding new media like sculptors of light and sound challenge the very fabric of perception. They craft installations that are not merely seen but felt, triggering a symphony of reactions that dances on the edge of fear and fascination. Each flicker of a screen, each echo of a distant sound, draws the audience deeper into an immersive experience that transcends the ordinary. Historically, art has always reflected the zeitgeist, but the behemoth stands as a testament to an era where boundaries are dismantled. The origins of this artistic movement can be traced back to the late 20th century, when innovators began experimenting with video art and digital installations. Artists like Nam June Paik and Bill Viola set the stage, weaving technology into their works, creating pieces that shimmered with life and challenged the viewer's understanding of reality. These pioneers stood at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, a place where art could speak in new tongues, whispering truths about existence and perception. As the lights flicker, a new installation emerges, tendrils of light weaving through the air like the breath of a dragon. This is where new media meets ancient narratives, where the past collides with the future. The behemoth reveals itself not just as an object but as a conduit for storytelling. Layers of meaning unfold, revealing the struggles of humanity, our fears, our hopes, and our interconnectedness in an increasingly digital world. It plays with our emotions, invoking nostalgia while also propelling us into an uncertain future. One cannot ignore the pulse of technology as it intertwines with artistic expression. The installation crackles with energy, a reminder of how the digital age has transformed not just how art is created, but how it is experienced. Imagine standing before a massive screen, your reflection merging with the projected images, suddenly realizing you are part of the artwork, a fragment of its narrative. This is the behemoth's gift. It collapses the distance between the observer and the observed, making each person a vital part of the story. In this space, silence is loud. The soft whir of machines and the murmur of a captivated audience create an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Each installation is a world unto itself, a carefully constructed environment that evokes raw human emotion. One piece, a chaotic whirlwind of color and sound, captures the essence of urban life. The cacophony of traffic, the hum of conversation, the fleeting glances of strangers. It overwhelms the senses, tapping into a primal sensation of being alive in a fast-paced world. In another corner, a serene water display reflects whispered hopes and dreams, each drop a fleeting moment, a reminder of the fragility of life. The behemoth speaks in many languages. It becomes a mirror reflecting society's complexities. From climate change to identity, artists engage deeply with pressing issues, driving the conversation through their work. The installations are not just visually striking, they are charged with purpose. They challenge the audience to confront uncomfortable truths, prompting fierce discussions long after they leave the gallery. A haunting video loop invites viewers to wrestle with the impact of technology on relationships, leaving them questioning their own connections in an ever-virtual world. With every passing moment, the tension builds. The viewers feel as if they are teetering on the brink of revelation, caught in an emotional whirlwind that keeps them anchored yet yearning for more. The behemoth becomes a living entity, shifting and evolving in response to the audience's engagement. They laugh, they gasp, and sometimes they stand in silence, lost in contemplation. It's an unspoken agreement, a shared understanding that art has the power to evoke feelings that words often cannot capture. In this vibrant realm of installations, one cannot overlook the impact of collaboration. Artists, technologists, and even the viewers themselves contribute to a living tapestry of creativity. The behemoth thrives on this interplay, showcasing how collective voices can amplify art's reach and impact. Like a giant organism, it grows and shifts, constantly adapting to the environment around it. Each new installation breathes life into the behemoth, making it a reflection of the world itself, beautiful, chaotic, and ever-changing. As the night deepens, shadows play tricks on the walls, and the behemoth's presence becomes even more palpable. A sudden burst of color explodes in the gallery, a vivid display of projections and sound that envelopes the audience. Gasps echo, hearts race, and in that moment, every eye is transfixed. The boundaries of reality blur, and the behemoth captures a fleeting moment of pure enchantment. The experience transcends mere observation. It pulls at the strings of the heart, stirring emotions that linger long after the final note fades. The evening's energy reaches a crescendo, leaving the audience breathless, teetering on the edge of understanding. The behemoth stands as both a culmination and a beginning, a reminder that art is a living conversation between creator and viewer, past and future. It beckons them to return, to question, to feel, and to engage. Each installation, each flicker of light, tells a story that is never truly finished, but rather a thread woven into the ongoing narrative of humanity's quest for meaning in a complex world. In this space, the behemoth is unstoppable, a force of nature that challenges the very essence of existence, leaving an indelible mark on all who dare to step into its embrace. In a dimly lit room, where shadows danced upon the walls, A single flickering candle illuminated a tome, ancient and dust-laden. Its pages whispered tales of the Behemoth, a creature of legend, and as the pages turned, a chill swept through the air. What once seemed like a relic of the past began to take on a new life, vibrating with the echoes of a time long forgotten. The Behemoth, described in old texts as a terrifying force of nature, was not simply a beast but a symbol of humanity's relentless struggle against the chaos of existence. Historians, artists, and scientists gathered their thoughts, each interpreting the Behemoth in their own way. Some saw it as a representation of nature's fury, while others viewed it as a manifestation of mankind's deepest fears. With every retelling, the creature morphed, its form reflecting the anxieties of the age. In the medieval ages, it was a monstrous dragon, a harbinger of doom during plagues and wars. The whispers of the Behemoth echoed through cathedrals, where the faithful sought solace from the chaos outside. Its shadow loomed larger with each passing century, turning into a metaphor for the untamed wilderness that humans were desperate to conquer, both in the physical and the emotional realms. As the Industrial Revolution surged, the Behemoth transformed once more. It was no longer a creature lurking in the shadows of the earth, but a symbol of the machinery that churned and belched smoke, standing tall like a titan amongst men. Factories roaring to life, cities expanding in every direction, and a sense of invincibility filled the air. Yet beneath that veneer of progress, the Behemoth revealed its darker side. Workers toiled under grueling conditions, their sweat feeding the insatiable appetite of industry. The creature became a reminder of the cost of advancement, the sacrifices made on the altar of ambition. In the modern era, the Behemoth takes on new forms: climate change, technological advancements, and social upheaval. It manifests in the rising sea levels, the melting ice caps, and the silent plea of a planet gasping for breath. The Behemoth no longer looms as a singular beast. It has fractured into a myriad of crises that haunt the human experience. Artists began to depict it not as a fearsome monster, but as a wounded guardian, a broken spirit crying out for restoration. With each stroke of a brush or each word of poetry, they called for a reconciliation with this beast, urging society to understand its roots and to nurture the wounded parts of the earth. The rise of environmental movements added a new layer to the narrative. Activists, fueled by passion and urgency, began to reclaim the Behemoth as a call to arms. It was no longer just about fear. It was about hope, a chance to reshape the future. The creature of legend became a rallying cry for collective action against destruction. Marches filled the streets, and voices rose in unison, chanting for a world where humanity could coexist with nature rather than dominate it. The Behemoth, once feared, became a symbol of unity and resilience. But the Behemoth story didn't end there. A new generation stepped forward, eager to reinterpret what it meant to tackle the challenges ahead. They saw the Behemoth not merely as an adversary but as a part of their identity. From tech innovators to grassroots community leaders, they sought to harness the Behemoth's energy, channeling it into creating sustainable solutions, inventive technologies, and new narratives of coexistence. With every platform they built, every project launched, they wove together the threads of old and new, transcending the fear that once surrounded the legendary creature. As the world spun faster, the Behemoth pulsed at its center, a reminder that humanity and nature are intertwined in a dance as old as time. New interpretations emerged, seeing the Behemoth as a guardian rather than a threat. As people stood at the precipice of change, they could sense the weight of history pulling them toward a brighter future where collaboration with the natural world was paramount. The creature, which had once evoked terror, now inspired awe and reverence, reminding all of the delicate balance that exists. With voices rising and hearts beating together, the Behemoth became a source of inspiration. Artists painted murals that told stories of survival and regeneration. Musicians composed melodies that captured the spirit of the earth itself. In classrooms, children learned about the Behemoth not just as a monster of old, but as a metaphor for the challenges they faced and the solutions they could create. The old tales, rich in history, mingled with fresh ideas, creating a tapestry of hope that shimmered in the future's light. Yet, lurking in the depths of this new narrative was an undercurrent of tension. The battle was not over. The behemoth still roamed, adapting and shifting as humanity fought to understand its role in the ecosystem. The challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and social inequality loomed large, casting a shadow over every effort. Even as they shaped a new narrative, the echoes of the past whispered warnings, reminding them that the behemoth was not a foe to be vanquished but a force to be respected. Each day brought fresh revelations, scientific discoveries that unveiled the intricate connections between all living things, artistic expressions that captured the essence of humanity's relationship with nature, and social movements that sought equity and justice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape, the behemoth's silhouette grew larger, reminding everyone that the future was not predetermined. It was a canvas waiting to be painted, a tale waiting to be told, and each heart carried the brush. In that moment, the air crackled with possibility. The old fears began to fade, replaced by a fervent desire to reshape the narrative. The behemoth, once a creature of dread, transformed into a beacon of hope. Its future lay in the hands of those willing to listen, to learn, and to act. As darkness fell, the flicker of the candle illuminated a new path, one where humanity dared to embrace the behemoth not only as a creature of legend, but as a vital partner in the journey ahead, a journey that was just beginning.